Good afternoon and welcome to the Town of East Hampton Architectural Review Board meeting. Today's date is April 8th, 2021. I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting, and we'll open the meeting with the approval of our minutes from our last meeting on March 25th, 2021. Can I get a second on that, Esperanza?
Second.
And the board all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Jonathan?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Diane Benson is not with us today, unfortunately. We'll miss her. But we're going to start with agricultural overlay. 104 Main Street LLC has been postponed until our next meeting, which is April 22nd, 2021. The following item on the agenda is James Frank, care of Kyle Roos. Excuse me if I mispronounced that. Tax map number 300-196-1. 2.2, 11 Town Line Road in Wainscott. And Michael, it's possible Kyle is on the line or in the waiting room.
Yes, Chair. Kyle is joining the Zoom link as we speak.
Okay. Will we be able to see him?
I believe so.
Great. Okay, so we'll wait for him to come on before we start.
He is in the meeting. I've asked him to start his video. I'm just waiting.
Okay. Kyle, if you could leave that right where you have it, that's perfect. Are those your pictures, Esperanza, or were those submitted?
Oh, those are mine.
Okay, thank you. They look great.
So, Chair, again, Kyle Roos is in the Zoom meeting, but there's no icon indicating that he has a microphone active and his video is off. I've asked him to start his video. I have no response.
Okay, so we're just going to move forward. Esperanza, if you could read into the record what the application is for, please.
Certainly. The application is for a proposed house, 3,760 square foot footprint, 6,295 square foot gross floor area, 980 square foot attached garage, 200 square foot pool house, and then pool, covered patios, pool patio, a 121 square foot pergola area, an open rear patio, and a 240 square foot covered front landing. This is a property at 11 Town Line Road in Wainscott. There is an existing house with an accessory structure also in the rear of that yard, and that is going to be demolished to make room for this proposed dwelling.
And Kyle, could you blow up those photographs one by one so we could just get a view of the property as well as just see the existing structure for whatever it's worth?
Esperanza, is this on the left side or right side when you go down Town Line?
South, it's on the left side. It's one of the, I think it's the second property on the left.
Got it. Okay.
If it was on the west side, Chip, it would be Sagaponack.
Correct.
That road divides East Hampton from Sagaponack. And this is fairly up towards 27, across the street, very large structure that's still in production, correct?
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at it at the survey later, but it's a one.
Can you see it in the back? Wait, go back to that last picture. You see that structure towards the back?
I know the structure. Yeah, I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, that's across the street.
You can see then to the left of this image that we're looking at, which is looking west, is the horse farm. And I wanted to say also that this is a 1.8893 acre property. So it's kind of long or deep, rather long, deep. And you can see the existing structure where it ends. It's sort of right at this 20-foot setback, I think, right now. The proposed new residence is going to be set back more in the middle of the property.
Would you like Kyle to go to the survey, the proposed survey to
Why
take a
don't we
look?
do that? I think that we can always look at these pictures again.
Mhm. Let's look at the first survey, right? Esperanza, where it shows what's there now, and then go to the second one.
Yeah, I mean, both show the existing structure, but the one that shows it alone is more clear, perhaps. Is it not there? There we go. Please.
Well,
There we go. Go back to that one, Kyle. Yeah. Okay, so that's the existing one, correct, Esperanza?
That looks like it.
Yeah, because the
Yeah.
building's close to the front.
Yeah, so you can see there where it is. In fact, on my copy of the survey, what is indicated is in the rear of the oh, well, you have it there. I thought I had it turned around before. Is the scenic easement at the very back of that property. So this would again pushing this new proposed dwelling back into the middle of that.
Right, Kyle, can we just see, yeah, that, perfect. Can we just see the full survey? Yeah, so there's the easement that Esperanza was talking about. All right, let's go to the next survey.
Yeah, that's it.
You hear me?
Is that Kyle?
Hello? Yes.
Kyle Roos? Oh, you made it.
Yeah, I was here. I just I'm not that familiar with the Zoom. I haven't used that much, so I had the microphone off.
Great.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you able? So you're able to see what we're looking at in real time? Yes.
Yes, I am. Mhm.
Okay. Oop. What happened?
We're still here. We can still see it, Esperanza.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just getting a call and my screen goes away.
Yeah. So, Esperanza, what do you want to do? Do you want to have Kyle walk us through the plans and take a look? How do you want to present this to
Yeah.
the board?
I think that would be the best. I mean, what I was pointing out earlier, and you can see it on this survey, you could see where the existing structure is toward Town Line Road and where it lies within the setbacks, and then the proposed structure, how it then is moved to the middle and really stretches across the width of the property. One thing that we did not receive, unfortunately for this, we have the plans and elevations, but we don't really have any renderings, as we now are accustomed to seeing. So if Kyle can just take us through the elevation.
I had dropped off color renderings.
Well, you dropped off colored elevations, so we'll look at those and then we'll discuss it all with you. If our Kyle can bring those up. And I can actually, I mean, most of the materials are fairly straightforward and the traditional cedar roof shingles, natural black standing seam in some sections of the roof, white trim, railings are black with mahogany cap, windows are black, double hung 2/2, exterior doors are black, and the exposed concrete is gray stucco finish. Fireplace flue is old brick style, and the patios are bluestone or limestone. So the materials seem fitting with the surrounding.
Can I ask a question? If we could go back to this proposed survey, I just got a question about a section of the building towards the back. It might be the garage.
The garage on the upper.
The last square towards the pool, that right there, is that the garage?
Yes, that's the garage.
And while we're still there, so after the scenic easement, what is behind that? Is that a buildable lot or is it a farm? That would be
Behind the east.
to the east.
Oh. Well, there's houses built on both sides.
But what's
of the
behind
property.
the scenic easement where it says land now?
Yeah,
Do you know
I tell you,
what's
I
behind it?
think there's like a driveway that really goes deep into from Montauk Highway that goes back there, but I'm not quite certain.
The only reason why I was asking, well, it says proposed sanitary system, so maybe it's going to be built upon. Is that possible? The only reason why that I was asking is because the way that this proposed building, which, you know, is a little bit less than 4,000 square feet on less than 2 acres, sort of expands across the width of the property, which would restrict, especially the way that the garage is placed, restrict views through the back. And if there was other farmland, you know, it was something that we've been concerned about in looking at other properties.
We could take a look at the pictures that I took. I don't think I got that deep into the back of the property, but I think it's kind of, you could maybe see it in the next one. That one. So it's kind of wooded in the back, you see?
Mm-hmm. And is that on the property now? Is that a little horse barn?
That's the pool with a
Oh, it's a-
little
okay.
cabana.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
And that's facing north, right? You're standing, you know, behind the south.
Behind the house.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, which one are you referring to?
This picture that we're looking at now, you're facing, taking the picture, you're facing north. The south is behind you.
No,
west.
this one is
West.
west.
you're facing towards Town Line Road there. That's the rear of the existing house.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
probably where I am standing to take this picture is where the new house will be.
And behind the existing house is Town Line Road, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. This is the back of the house. I wondered also, is that, I presume that tree is going to be preserved, which is part of the reason for setting back the new structure?
That is correct.
Okay. Because it's a nice tree.
Does anybody have any questions for Kyle? Do you want to go back to the plans to look at it?
Yeah, this picture is just of the existing house, the north side, and those two little windows closest to us are the garage, actually, which is kind of a clever sliding door. But you can see the white fence of the horse farm next to it. So there's no structure directly there. It goes really far back, and then there are the barns and everything.
Well, you know what, if you could explain to me, because I'm a little turned around, where is the horse farm in relationship to this property?
It's right next door. You see the white fencing?
Yes, I do. So what would that be? Would that be,
All of that is the horse farm.
South.
that's south of it?
South. Mm-hmm.
And let's look at the south elevation then to see how that presents to the horse farm. That's the south elevation. Okay, Kyle, can you explain to us what we're looking at here on the house?
Yeah, so from left to right, you have the house, and then it's the master bathroom is where the metal roof is. As you go down further, then you have the garage, but that's much further back. As you go further towards the right, then you have the pool house, and then you also have the pergola.
So the
So
garage doors are facing, I am so turned around on this.
So this,
garage doors
The
facing
garage
north.
doors are facing the property to the north, right? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, to the south?
No, the garage doors face the property towards the north, and what you see in there on the garage is just like a barn door that's in the rear of the garage.
Right, okay, all right. I'm sorry, because I thought we were going to look at the south elevation. That's why I got confused.
So
That's
this elevation faces south, the top one.
The top
That
one,
faces
okay. And then the bottom one is what faces north. All right, thank you. Okay.
That is correct, yeah.
Right. So there's not a lot of activity on that south side of the house.
No, there's no activity at all.
Okay. Because even the back of the pool house fronts that horse farm. Okay.
Mhm.
Jonathan, you have anything you want to ask or comment on?
Thank you. Not yet, really.
Chip,
No, I'm fine with it.
Esperanza, is there anything that's missing that we would like to see more, or that you're okay with it as well?
No, I think we can just look at the rest of it and then make more global comments.
Okay, what is the little structures down underneath these two elevations?
That's the pool house?
That's the pool house, yes.
From a different angle, okay.
Yeah, that's from the east and west.
Okay.
You want to just scroll through them,
Yeah.
Kyle?
Yeah, this one, yeah.
Is this, so what faces the road? Which elevation
Okay.
here?
The top
This-
one.
The top
So
one, okay.
The top is what faces the road, yeah. And this, remember, is set back about 153 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Original house is only like 51 feet, so it's set back,
Fairly
it's
far.
set back quite far.
Right.
And one of the reasons that was done also was to make sure that that big beech tree that's in the rear yard of the existing house right now will end up being in the front yard of the new house. Its roots are not going to be disturbed at all by the driveway or anything else that we're doing there.
Right. Speaking of the driveway, I just have a question why you're entering the property on the south corner and having the driveway loop across the front and all the way to the back to get to the garage.
Yeah, that was the owner's preference. That's how he wanted the driveway laid out.
Okay.
Which
I have to
I think is a good idea in a sense, because
Yeah.
it gives people a nice presentation of the house as they drive up and then drive to the first parking area.
Right, and right, so the first parking area, they can then enter the front of the house from it before they go around. Okay. I don't have any questions on this. So if any of the boards have any questions for Kyle or want to make any comments, I'd like to, kind of pop this through.
I'm just
That just like, let's get to where we need to go with this.
I'm totally fine pretty much with all of it. I mean, if everyone is fine with the amount of fenestration to the rear, and then my only sort of design observation is the two little triangles above that center left section.
In the front elevation.
Yeah. Are those necessary? I feel it's an element that does not jive with the whole sort of very traditional look of the house, and they just to me, it's drawing my attention to that element more than anything else.
Well, let me make a comment to that. Obviously, that is a single story with a large ceiling, and because it looks like there's dormers, so it obviously is a light element, and I'm sure there's windows on either side of the dormer. So is it the shape of the windows or is it the amount of light that's coming through?
No, I think it's just the design element to me, really. And
That whole, the whole place, it looks like a bunch of buildings glued together. And most of them are, have the same shaped windows and so forth. That particular one is ill proportioned to the rest of the place. And it's got these two, I use the word modern instead of traditional.
yeah,
It just is like, it came from somebody else's property and they put it there. And that's what it looks like.
yeah, it's just an element that, and now I'm just noticing that one of the windows, Kyle Roos, you forgot to put the 2/2. It's a different window on the bottom, but I just, that's the only element that really throws me off. And I think that your design would benefit from revising that somehow. It just doesn't fit with the rest of the design.
Rethinking.
It is too sort of like 90s contemporary, isn't it?
60s
Yeah,
contemporary.
and I don't want the board to make suggestions with regards to your observations. That would be up to the architect to take those observations and rethink it. Okay, just guiding the board here. So,
Yeah,
Kyle, do you want to comment to that?
Well, two things, I guess. The owner wanted to get a lot of light into that room, and particularly wanted to get light in the afternoon coming in through the windows. We could look at it and see if you know, if we can do something. But that's why that window and the shape of it was chosen.
Right.
Was that his concern to have that afternoon light pouring in into that room.
I'm just going to make one observation to you about that. There's a house just down the road a ways from this that has, you know, quite an expanse of glass facing that direction. And the blinds on those windows are constantly down because of the amount of exposure to the sun. So just consider that. I'm all for light, but sometimes it's too much.
Yeah.
Face east.
Okay. We'll definitely. I will discuss it with the owner and see what. Remember also that the house is 153 feet from the road, and there is you know, a lot of privets and other things along the perimeter of the property. In the front, what's there will probably be added to. So this house is not going to be very visible, especially since the driveway is coming from the side. So this house is not going to be very visible from the street at all.
That's not even true. It's just not true. So you don't say it.
Okay. Well, I will discuss it with the owner. If
Right.
we need to change the window, I'm sure we could work something out.
Right. And also to a couple things, I just want to do a little cleanup here, Kyle, if you'll allow me. Esperanza made a point that you're missing one of the divided lights right underneath that to the left. So if you could pen that in. And the other thing that I think we would like to see is, I saw when we were going through these elevations, the light fixtures. I thought they were attractive and work with the house, but if the board can take a look at that in a minute. But what I want to say is what we'd like to see is the light fixtures placed on these elevations so we could see how many light fixtures are going to be. All of these details are part of our approval for the resolution. So the plans need to be as complete and accurate as possible, or else then you have to go back and do as-built renovation, restorations to the plans, or, when you go for your C of O. So if you can fix that one window, take a look at those upper windows that the board was commenting on, and on all 4 elevations, place the light fixtures where they're going to be. And I would imagine that the one we saw, is that all of the sconces going to be the same, or are there different styles?
I think they'll probably be, if not that, very similar to that. So,
well, we would need to know exactly which light fixtures you're using. If there's going to be a second one or a third style, that we would need those cut sheets, and also to make sure that the cut sheets identify them as dark sky compliant.
Okay.
The one that
I'll do that.
Yeah, let Kyle Vopel, if you could go screen through and.
There's one more in that. The other elevation also has a missing window, Mutton.
Okay, so he'll tidy that up.
Yeah.
It might be the way that we'll get it printed. But
Right.
anyway,
Yeah.
I'll
understand,
check.
because when we go to make an approval on this, we're going to approve it based on the plans presented, and then that all gets compared to what's built. So the plans have to be as accurate as possible. So they need to be on, not only on your elevations, your drawings, the black and white drawings, but as well as any color renderings as well.
That's fine. Not a problem at all.
Okay, thanks. It was a black light fixture. I think it was fairly in the beginning of the plans, Kyle.
Yeah, the fixture, it's on the last page.
Oh, the last page. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's on the color rendering, and it's on that.
There it is.
Okay, there it is.
And just to be clear, in case we are forgetting what the materials are, you're visualizing this. It's the siding is all cedar, natural. Will it conserve its? It says natural sealed, so it wouldn't gray. Is that correct? It would stay sort of the cedar color.
Well, I mean, this is. I always recommend that the natural wood be sealed, and maybe like a very satin finish polyurethane applied to it. Now, I know a lot of people prefer to let the cedar don't do anything to it and let it naturally age. When you do that, all the oils in the cedar will eventually evaporate out, and it makes the wood very vulnerable to any kind of damage, sun, rain, wind.
Mildew.
Yeah, mildew. So I recommend sealing it, and if you do that, then it won't naturally gray, or it will take a lot longer to do that.
Right. I don't have a problem with that. Do you have a problem with that, Esperanza?
No, I just wanted to then, so everybody can visualize that then all of the trim is white, and then the windows and doors and the sections that are standing seam are black.
Right. Well, the
Are we
trim of
talking
the windows.
Shingles?
Great.
I'm sorry?
Are these shingles?
It's shingle, and it's cedar board and batten and horizontal.
Okay, yeah, it's actually two different products. One is a cedar board and batten, and the other one is a horizontal lapboard cedar.
Oh, lapboard.
And Yeah, clapboard, yes.
Okay, all right, well, we spent about a half hour on this, so let's move this along. So the other thing that I'd like to, I'm gonna sort of, with Esperanza, just tidy this up, but what I also would like, when you do come back to us with, any of the changes to that upper window and the corrections on the, the few divided lights that are missing, as well as the placement of the exterior lights, and to make sure that we have all the cut sheets on what this style is, and to make sure that they're dark sky compliant. If you could submit these types of color rendering plans that you submitted in 11 by 17 to us, as well as one copy in the larger size, so that they're easier for us to work with, and also to upload them in that smaller scale in the digital file for the meeting that you're going to come back to us on. Okay, do you have any questions on that, Kyle?
No problem. I can do that.
Okay, and our next meeting is the, hold on, I had my calendar out. Is it the 22nd? Somebody help me.
In 2 weeks would be the 22nd.
Yes, okay, so, right, yes, here it is, I'm sorry.
Yes,
No,
the
it's, yes, April 22nd. So if you can have, if you'd like to be put on that meeting, if you can have all your submits to the office by the Thursday before, which would be, I believe, the 15th, by 12 noon would get you back on the agenda. But I would like to recommend to do it as soon as possible and not wait till the last minute, because if we get a quite large load of applications, we do a cutoff after, 20 or so. So the sooner you can get on the agenda would be the better for you, okay?
Yeah, I'll try to get those to you by early next week.
Great. And does anybody on the board have anything else they want to add or ask Kyle before we move on?
No,
No,
Esperanza, no? Okay. And Kyle, you're good? You understand what we're looking for here?
Yes.
Yeah. I would say, yes, I would say, though, that overall, the board is favorable, for the design element. You're not, Jonathan?
oh,
Excuse me? Well, that's why I was asking if you had
Yeah.
any comments.
it just looks a little mixed up, for a $2 million house, it looks a little.
Well, I don't know what the price is, and that's not the ARB's concern. I'm just asking you from a design standpoint on the agricultural overlay as it pertains to the area and the neighborhood and the surrounding property.
I think it looks like a series of little buildings glued together at this point, and the dormers are not like East End dormers. They're flat metal roof and so forth. It's a series of things that aren't going to present well when you're driving down the street. But that's it's all legal. So
Chip?
it's typical of all the other new farmhouse construction that we look at. There's so many of them at this point. I'm fine with it.
okay.
Esperanza?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, right down that road, there are a couple of houses that are similar in style to this. So it's just a matter of opinion in a way. It's the new sort of modern farmhouse.
It's the new norm.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was pointing out the natural cedar with the black windows with the black, there's that contrast in most of these designs. It's not traditional. It's not typical of the area. It's not anything that you would see in vernacular architecture, but it's like Jonathan said, it's not illegal.
Okay. All right, Kyle. So we're going to table this, and hopefully we'll see you back at the next meeting, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda, Historic District and Landmarks, Ben Bettenhausen, that has been withdrawn. 27 Meeting House Lane, tax map number 300-171-3, I'm sorry, -5-3, we've discovered is not within the Historic District. just one property below it. Business signs, Zoo 10 Zoo, tax map number 300-5-5-757 Kirk Avenue in Montauk. And I think there might be someone on the line, possibly Skylar from Ocean Graphics, or Will. Michael?
Chairwoman, there's no one by that name on the Zoom link, but regarding the phone line, there's one caller whose name doesn't apply to that, but I can just check if you want. The last four digits are 3855. I'll unmute that caller now.
Yes, that's I'm Richard Jones from Inlet Seafood.
Hi, Richard. We got a couple more before you. Hang in there.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
No, there are no other people on the phone line.
Okay. So I reviewed this application, so let me read it into the record what it is for. This is a application for 2 business signs on an existing building and sign post that's located at 57 Kirk Avenue, a little bit, I'm gonna say west of the dock area in Montauk. And if we can take a look at some of the photographs that they submitted, that's the building. Okay, let's hold it there. All right, see, this is a good shot. If you look at the side of the building that faces Kirk, which is also Flamingo, you see the little bar of 3 small black downward facing lights. That's where they're positioning the sign on the building. So those are existing downward lights. And then over where that whiskey barrel planter is, there's a black post that comes up. That post is approximately 7.3 inches high, and that's where their double sign is going to go. And from what I understand, the last tenant in that building had their sign there as well as on the building. And I just want to point out while we're on that photograph, it's hard to see, but to the right above the whiskey barrel, you'll see a little white light, downward facing light, very thin light that comes out over it, that's going to light up the sign. And I think there might be one on the other side as well. So let's take a look at the signage. This is going to be the Seaside House Bar. I think it's like a sushi poke bowl bar right next to the Four Oaks Deli. I'll take the color renderings. There you go. So that's the sign that they're asking for, the double-sided sign. And that sign is, excuse me for one second, 24 by 24 inches. So it's a total of 4 square feet times both sides is a total of 8 square feet on the double-sided sign. And then if we could look at the sign that's going on the side of the building facing the roadway. And that is, I believe, 24 by 84. So it is a total of 22 square feet in total for both signs. Does anybody have any questions? Comments?
Will that, on the post one, will that light that sign? Because the light seems to be aiming at the post rather than the sign.
No, you see you see that, are you talking about the post, right? No,
Yeah.
it faces down.
There's the light right above it, no?
Wouldn't it be above it rather than off to the side?
I think there is a light above it.
Oh, there is?
Is
Yeah.
that
Okay.
what it is?
Well, it's very possible that that white light is more of a pedestrian light because you would enter that area. So at night, there would be a place.
I see. All right. Yeah.
I mean, to guide them. They're
That's just a
existing,
question.
yeah, and they're dark sky. I don't have a problem with them. I actually like the fact that the sign itself, the post is a little bit higher, because if it was lower and you're coming down the roadway, you know, in a car, it could sort of block a view if somebody was stepping out, so that it's above the height of where you'd be, in a car, where it could obstruct a view.
Yeah.
The colors are a little bit darker. It is a white background. It's called the gloss white. And that seafoam color is a little bit more of a darker green, but it is called seafoam green. And then the little things coming out of the poke bowl, they're thinking that it's only going to be one color, which is a butterfly blue, and we need to get that submitted to us. They did not submit that. So if Skylar or Will are listening, we need that color sample if we approve this, and you can drop it off to the office. So anybody have any questions or comments before I move forward? I don't have a problem with this application.
To me.
Looks fine.
Looks nice.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks great.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to approve this sign as presented, and just for the record, the double-sided sign is 8 square feet. The single-sided sign on the building is 14 square feet for a total of 22 square feet. All right, thank you, Michael. Swallow Montauk LLC, tax number 300-6-3-7474.
We actually vote on that?
Excuse
Did we
me?
actually vote on it?
Oh, I'm sorry. You have to excuse me.
No, it's okay. We all said.
Right. I made a motion to make the approval. Can I get a second on that?
Good afternoon.
Vote on it?
Oh, I'm sorry. You have to excuse me. Okay.
Excuse me one moment.
Hey guys, we're on a architectural
I'll
review.
second that.
Hi, guys. Thank you.
All right. Esperanza, can I get a second on that?
Second.
All right, Jonathan.
Yes.
Favor?
All right.
All in favor? I'm a little rusty from 2 weeks. Okay, Swallow Montauk, tax map number 300-6-3-7474 Westlake Drive in Montauk. And Michael, we're looking for Alex or Jimmy or
John.
We're all here.
They're all on the Zoom
We're
link.
all here.
Great. Thank you. You'll give me just 1 second. I just need to make a note about something.
I can't hear.
All right. This was before us last week for a application for a business sign for a new business going into the old Swallow building, which is on 474 Westlake Drive. And there was an existing light box, double-sided sign that was there. We were questioning whether it was grandfathered in or not, and if it had any approval. I think Alex and Jimmy said that it was there when it was Swallow, and it might have been there prior to that. And there was also some signage, pin signs that they wanted to put on the building. So why don't I have one of the gentlemen that are here to go through what the new proposal is. But before we do that, David, do you want to speak to that light box sign?
Yes, I looked into the issue of whether it had previous approval and.
Excuse me, David, you sound like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Excuse me, everybody. Yeah, just a real quick thing. David, in the past, the only fix for you is to just sign out real quick and sign back in again. It's an internet issue. I'll let you in as soon as you come back. If you want to hold on, Chairwoman, that's up to you.
Right, in the meantime, while he's doing that, I want to apologize to Jimmy that I called you Jeffrey at one point last time, and I think Alex, I called you Michael.
I've been called worse. It's okay.
I get a little, confused sometimes.
It's all good.
Going on at once. Okay, so David, are you with us?
Not yet. I'm waiting for him to sign back in.
Okay. I would like David to speak to the light box, but in the meantime, I really appreciated that you submitted the double-sided sign without the light box and that you wanted to do something new and a little bit more elegant. And I think that what you've presented with that sign there on a new post, or maybe the existing post, as well as the sign that you presented for the building, I think looks great. But if you're curious about the light box and the problem with it that David discovered, we can hold off and wait, or we can move forward and talk about your new proposal.
Let's move forward.
Okay, great. So why don't you tell us what you're planning to do with the double-sided sign?
John, are you on the call?
Yep, I'm on the call. Can you hear me?
So John is our project manager, and he's been handling this, and I think he can articulate it better.
Okay, so we're proposing a new sign, a double paneled sign with 2 new posts. So it'll be a brand new sign. We'll remove the existing sign that's there and install a new sign. The posts are 4x4 wood posts that are painted I want to say it's a emerald green. The code should be on the drawing somewhere. And then there'll be 2 panels that say La Fin. The panels and measurements are 28 inches tall by 62 inches long, wide.
Thank you very much.
And it'll be double sided.
That's approximately 23 square feet, correct?
Correct, just about.
And how tall are the posts going to be?
So right now we have them at about 3 feet off the ground.
And what's the total height of the sign and the post?
5'8".
5'8" in total. Okay, that's great.
So it's actually lower than the existing sign that was there.
Right. Did you submit actual, I see on this draw, if you'll go back to the one right, there's colors right there on the side. It's so hard to read them even on the large paper that you submitted. So if you could give us an actual color sheet for this, so we have it for a file where the color names and colors are legible and they're actual colors, not computer generated colors, because they always change from what you're actually doing. So like just a chip, like a paint color chip.
Yes, I can put a new sheet in with an actual legible paint chip.
Great, thank you. So the posts are going to be the dark green color, and then the background is the medium green, which is in the center.
Yeah, it's a seafoam green color.
Right.
Color S8C.
And then the lettering is going to be black or the dark green?
1 second.
There's a rendering, right, of it.
Oh, here it is.
The rendering.
It says emerald. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, the dark green.
Right. So the emerald is for the post logo, and the panel is seafoam. Okay. So let's go to the submit for the building. It would be the most recent one that they submitted, that one there. Okay. So tell us what changed here from the last time.
So these are pin-mounted logos directly onto the building. The fin, they're unlit. They're just mounted to the building, and then it'll say kitchen and lounge below. We removed the other 2 logos, the one on the monogram all the way to the right we're removing, and then the logos on the door we're removing. So we'll just have the one main logo on the actual building.
Right. So there's no decals on the door.
Correct.
Right. And there's no lighting on the pin lettering on the sign. There's something underneath the soffit.
We have no lighting on the sign.
Okay. And the pin lettering are going to be white?
Pink.
It's actually a pink, yes.
Okay.
It's a Pantone color pink, C98.
And the total height and width of the lettering itself, I believe, is what, 12 by 5, which is 5 square feet? Right.
12 by 5.
Right. So with the 23 square feet and the 5 square feet, you would be up to 28, but for some reason, either I read or I calculated 30 square feet. So it's 23 on the double-sided and 5 square feet on the building, correct?
It is
correct. I think it may be a 6 on the building because of the the little kitchen and lounge. sign.
Right. No, it's actually 2. Thank you, right. So it ends up being 7
2.
square feet in total. Thank you. My notes are jumbled here. So you're up to 30.3. So the only thing that I was thinking about when I saw this, and with the way that life is now, if you wanted to, because you have 1 or 2 square feet left, if you wanted to do something as a decal on your door with the phone number and the hours, you'd have 2 square feet to play around with. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody walks up there during the day and wants to call, yes, of course they can Google it, but the phone could be the phone number on your door with the hours. So that's something to consider. Does anybody have any questions for the men from Laughlin?
Looks very nice.
It looks great. Okay.
Thank you.
And what about lighting on the double-sided sign?
We're actually showing it as a non-lit sign.
Okay. And if that changes, you'll need to come back to us and make a modification
Yep.
to the application. Okay. Do we have David back yet?
Yes. David, do you want to try to speak? I know you're not sure if your microphone's been working.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. David, were you able to hear us go through the whole application?
No, I was restarting my internet, so
Okay.
I was.
So basically, we went through the new proposal, and they are doing away with the light box in total, and they're going to have a whole new sign with the new posts, and everything comes to 30.3 square feet between the double-sided and there, so we're all under 32. But do you want to mention to them, just so they know what you discovered with the light box signage?
Okay. So that illuminated sign is illegal and would have had to have been removed, according to Ann Glennon. It never had any approval. The fact that it's illuminated, it's just there's no grandfathered signs that are illuminated that way in East Hampton.
It's sort of like neon lights. They're not allowed either. All right. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this application as presented for a double-sided sign, no lights, total 20 square feet from, and the posts are 4x4 wood, painted emerald green. And the posts are 5 feet 4 inches from grade to top. And they're going to submit a new color sheet with actual color chips and information that's legible. And then we're also approving a total of 7 square feet for the signage on the building. Can I get a second on that, Chip?
Second.
All in favor, Esperanza?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. I think it was 23 square feet on the double-sided sign and the height at 5 feet 8 inches.
I have 5'4" and 23.
Which is it, guys?
The
Check it right
total
now.
height of the new sign is 5'4".
Jonathan?
6. 1 second, I'm just doing my math real quick.
5'4", it says.
Yeah, I want to say 5'4". Yeah, whatever's on the proposal, which is
You said
5'4".
5'8". I just wanted to correct. Okay, otherwise,
Yeah, proposal says 5'4".
okay. Aye.
Aye. Chip
Aye.
and Jonathan.
Aye.
All right, guys, you're good to go. And thank you very much. It looks great and good luck with the new business.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, and please be, as soon as you can, if you can submit the color sheet to Brittany in the office, we'll include that with your file for the resolution.
Will
Okay,
do.
will do.
The 193 group, thank you. The 193 group tax map number 300-188-1-14231 Panago Road in East Hampton. And there might be someone on the line from Hampton Signs.
Yes, Chairwoman, I believe I have that caller. The last 4 digits of their phone are 1220. I'll unmute that now.
Hello, it's Tristine. How are you?
Hi, I'm sorry, can you give us your name for the record?
Tristine Caravella from Hampton Signs.
And it's Tristine with the T, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks, Tristine. Okay, so this was before us back on
About a month ago.
Yeah, it was our February 25th meeting, if I'm not mistaken. And Diane Benson
believe so.
reviewed, yes, with Tristine. And we were concerned about the height and the shape of this proposed sign, considering there is another sign on the same property. So what Tristine submitted is a reduced sign that's 24 inches high, so it sits lower than the Dayton one behind it, and the total square feet is 14.6. And what they did is they originally had a more circular sign, and they created one that fits in more with the signs that are on the area. And I think it looks really nice, Tristine. I'm really pleased with it.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, I think
we tried to follow your requests and find a happy medium so that you guys would be comfortable with it and they would be happy with it. And I think that it's it's very suitable for the location.
Right, and I think also too, Kyle, there's a piece that Tristine included where it shows all the signage in the area and how it would fit in with all of them in scale and shape. If you want to just pull that out, I thought that was helpful also too, as an exercise.
Yeah, there's about 5 or 6 signs all one row there.
Right, that's why we were concerned when this first came
It's
before
in the
us.
cover letter PDF.
There you go. So, they all, fit in, and I think it looks nice. I asked, Diane couldn't be with us today, but I asked her what her opinion was, and she was very favorable to it, but she asked me to take a look at the location of it. She's a little concerned that it's close to the entrance driveway, and if somebody makes a wide turn or if there's snow, that could go down. And that maybe it needs to be moved a little bit further east and a little bit back further, like east and north on the property. Let's look at the survey and see where it's.
Is that sign on the diagonal or is it parallel with the other signs?
It would be parallel with the other sign. It was just kind of hard
it's just the way
give that
you put it on
impression in the
there. Yeah.
mock-up.
Okay. Yeah. Because in that one photo, it looks odd, but that's only because it's the photo. Yeah.
There's no survey?
I think there was one. Let me see if I have one in
The survey was submitted in the original. These were the updated forms. The survey was submitted for the February meeting. If you still happen to have a copy of that.
Well, I do, and they're supposed, the old, the previous files are supposed to be uploaded as well so that we have the survey.
I'm so sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not on your part.
It was
Tristine.
only submitted in a physical copy because it was such a large document. I didn't realize that I would have
No, what I'm
resubmit
saying
that
is
digitally as well.
that we should have put it up, the survey up on the smart board for this meeting.
I have it up on my
I
screen,
see.
Betsy, if you'd like me to share it.
Yeah, go ahead, please, Brittany. Thanks.
You're welcome. One moment.
Thank you. I spoke to Will from the 193 group, and I believe it's that corner there is the entrance to their building. It's not a main road, but I'm sure if you just want us to set it back a few more feet in either direction, that would be perfectly fine. So long as it's safe, I'm sure that's preferred. You would want to protect it
The
as well.
survey I have, there's like a little red mark where you have it positioned, and it looks really, it's not red on here. Okay, so if you could blow that up, you see that? It looks like little eyeglasses by the roadway. Yeah, if you could move that north and east a couple feet so that it's more in line with the other sign on the building, and it's not so much, right on the corner like that.
Okay, so have it kind of right aligned to the black sign and set back the same distance from the driveway entrance?
Well, it looks like where the existing sign is on there, but I don't know if that's current. The new current sign is located there. Why don't I do this? Why don't I
where-
ask you to submit a new survey with the location of where you'd like the sign to be? My recommendation is to couple feet to the north and to the east so that it's not right in the corner. I think if you found a nice location right on that lawn for it.
Do you have it up on the screen? I'm trying to see where.
Yeah, we
It's
have
on
the survey on the
where
screen
it's
now.
marked there. I'm looking for the red, but it's.
No, it's not red. It's
Lost on
red on
me.
my, it's red. Somebody marked it on my survey, but not on this one. That was in the digital file. But can you see it? It looks like little eyeglasses.
Oh,
It's right there.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
It's to the left of the
right.
551.2.
I see it. Yes. So that, and then the existing sign is the land planning services below. I see that now.
Yeah.
So
okay.
you're suggesting we back that further away from the street?
Yes, that you go a couple feet away from the street and a couple feet east so that it's not so close to that entrance driveway. Because I think it's going to end up getting
back a little bit closer to their existing bush there. I'm sure that would be fine.
See, then if you move it away from the street, it won't be in line with that other sign.
Yeah.
Maybe instead of, why don't we keep it in line with the other sign, but further back from the driveway? Would that be acceptable?
Yeah.
Yes,
Good.
and the only thing my concern was, Jonathan, is that it's possible where that says existing sign to be replaced in kind may be a little bit further back. I don't know if that's accurate. So that's my only concern. So yes, if you place it in the same line with the existing sign there now,
Yeah.
and put it
Excellent.
back a little bit further so it's not right on the corner from the entryway. And if you can submit the copy of the survey with the new placement of the sign, I think we'd be fine with that. Okay?
Okay. Would we have to go before the board again, or is that something
No,
that?
it's just tweaking it, okay? And that we would have it where it is. So I think we'll all be fine. We can go ahead and prove this today. So do you want to say?
Fabulous. Okay.
Do you want to say that we're going to move it 2 feet to the north? I'm sorry, to the east?
If that would be acceptable to you, then that's.
All right, I think we can do that. Jonathan, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's great.
All right. Chip and Esperanza?
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
There's no lighting on the sign, Christine?
Oh, no, there's no lighting.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the sign as submitted, the new submission from, I want to get a date on this. They're not stamped. Bear with me for 1 second. Oh, here it is. Stamped April 1st. And this is a double-sided sign, total of 23.4 square feet. It's 24 inches off the ground with white posts, and the colors are here. One other housekeeping thing. Christine, we got a swatch of the blue, but the swatch for the turquoise is from the computer. Can you send us, or not send us, but drop off an actual color of that teal for
I had
our record?
submitted physical chips of both colors.
We only found the blue in the file. So if you can give us another
here.
one.
Sure. May I mail it to you?
You can mail it to us, sure. And or drop it off at the office, whichever easier. And what is the name of the blue, the navy blue?
The navy blue, it's a Benjamin Moore color. It's called Downpour Blue. And the teal is called Albuquerque teal, also a Benjamin Moore paint color. It's quite nice.
Albuquerque blue? I'm sorry, Albuquerque blue?
Albuquerque teal and Downpour Blue.
Right. Okay, so you'll drop that
Downpour
off.
like it's raining heavily.
Right. So in my motion, I'm making the motion that it's double-sided, 23.4 square feet. It's a white sign, and it's just a basic white background,
Yes, the background is white.
right, with white
I believe
posts.
the overall square footage is smaller now. We're down to
0.3.
it's no longer 24 and change. It's down to the 14.6, if I recall.
Yes, yes. That's what I had written down.
You had mentioned it earlier as well. I think you might have the size from the previous. We took it down a bit. We lowered the, changed the size, lowered it down. So it is a bit
Right.
smaller.
24 inches high, 14.6 square feet.
Okay.
Right.
So it's 24 by 44?
That's correct.
And what is the total square feet? I don't have my calculator with me.
7.3 per side, so 14.6 total.
Great. So it's a 14.6 square foot sign, 4 by 4 white posts, no lighting, and the colors are downpour blue and Albuquerque teal. And the sign is going to be moved 2 feet to the east from where it's marked on the survey. And you'll submit a color swatch of the Albuquerque teal and also a survey with the new location on for our records. Okay? Can I get a second on that?
Absolutely,
Esperanza?
no problem.
Okay, great. Thank you. All in favor, Chip
Second.
Aye.
and Jonathan?
Aye.
Great. All right. Thanks, Christine. Nice work.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
You're welcome. One more business sign. Buongiorno Bakery, tax map number 300-49-3-2225 South Embassy Street in Montauk. There might be a Dane Sayers on the line.
Chairwoman, I do have one phone caller coming in. I don't know who they are, but we can see. The last 4 digits are 6145. I'll unmute that now.
Great, thank you.
Hello, caller, with the last 4 digits 6145. You're live with the ARB. Could you state your name? Hello, caller. They might be hanging on for another one, but I don't see anybody else on the phone line.
All right, this is pretty simple. This is a building that we approved for C of O at the last meeting. This is a renovated building on Embassy Street behind Marshalls and Sons, the gas station and heating, plumbing company. And this is a new business going in on the first floor. Second floor is an apartment. And you can see the sign. It's Buongiorno Bakery. They submitted Pantone colors for the wheat, and I believe the lettering is sort of like a brownish color. Does anybody have any problems with this? The total square feet for the single-sided sign is 20 square feet. It's 2 feet by 10 feet. There's no signage there, so I just want to make a note that if there is going to be a signage, they need to come back to us for a modification.
And there's no lighting?
That's what I just said. There's no lighting on the application, and if they do decide to put some lighting, that they would have to come back to us for a modification.
What's that thing up above it?
Maybe it could be for lighting.
Excuse me for 1 second, please. Kyle, can you go to the picture that I submitted? There's nothing there now. So again, for the record, if they're going to put some signage there some lighting there, they need to come back for a modification to the application. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this 20 square foot sign. Can I get a second, Jonathan?
Yes.
All in favor, Esperanza?
Aye.
And Chip?
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right, I'm done.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Change to commercial, Bluff Crest Cottages, tax map, oh, I'm not, you're right. Tax map number 300-17-1-580 Firestone Road in Montauk, and we're looking for Joel Halsey.
Joel is in the Zoom meeting. Joel, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Joel, how are you today?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Let's leave it right there for a minute, Kyle. So this is an application for a resort for 4 new buildings. We can go back to the old photos, but we looked at this before it came to us for comments to planning, I think a couple times. And there is 4 existing single-story old blue cottages, and they're replacing them with 4 new 600 square foot cottages with roof decks. They have large floor to ceiling doors and window fenestrations on some of the elevations. And what we could do is, give me 1 second, see if there's anything else that I wanted to read into the record. I'll read this in. To remove 4 existing resort units located in a resort zone and to replace with, you have 3 on your application, but it's 4, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. With parking area, walkways, decking, pools, sideway down to the bluff, and substantial revegetation, which all of this has gone through site plan as well as natural resources, correct, Joel?
Correct. Natural Resources had to approve the bluff stair. That has been approved. And then the Zoning Board of Appeals also had to approve this to allow single unit structures on this property where multiple unit structures are required under the town code. So that's been approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals. The one thing is the revegetation. The Zoning Board of Appeals doesn't consider this a revegetation. They consider it a landscape. So I just wanted to point that out. Even though it is all native vegetation, they will not consider this as a revegetation. They're going to consider this solely landscaping.
Right. And on the original application that we reviewed, they were each going to have individual pools, but now they're just having individual spas. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So why don't we go through the file and what Joel submitted, and Joel can explain this to us. And if the board has any questions, you can chime in and ask. All right. So is this where you want to start, Joel?
Sure. So this is the view facing, as you would be facing towards the water, facing west. You can see unit, let's see, that would be unit, if you look at the survey, which of course, oh, there it is. That's going to be unit, the first unit as you're looking at the survey. And then a little bit to the left of that, you'll be seeing unit 1C. 1A would be the first one, unit 1C. And then you see, obviously, you see the parking spaces.
Right. So where the man is, he's facing the water, correct?
Correct. And he'd be walking into unit 1A.
Right. So a lot of the large fenestrations aren't going to be facing the water. Is that correct?
Correct.
On those 2 units.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So this is essentially another view looking at unit 1A. That would be the same gentleman you just saw.
Mm-hmm.
And now we are looking up towards the unit. You're kind of in that rounded area of the grass, and now you're kind of looking at units 1D with the 2 people to the right. 1C kind of in the middle, and 1B to the left with the 2 people on the deck.
And where are they facing?
They are facing the water.
Again, okay. So those fenestrations will be facing the water.
All those windows, yeah, would be facing the water, yes.
Mm-hmm. But my question to you is the way that these cottages are positioned on the property, the 4 cottages, the way that they're situated, they won't be looking into each other's windows unless they're walking by.
Correct. It was kind of designed that way to kind of give privacy to an area where there won't be much privacy.
Right. And how do they access the deck, the roof decks?
They would access the roof deck through exterior stairs. You can see that on the survey.
And is there any railings on those decks?
There will be glass railings on the deck. They don't show. Well, you can kind of see it on, if you look carefully on unit 1D in this, that would be with the two people kind of not sitting down, the two people standing. You can sort of see a glass railing, which is the purpose of the glass railing. Well, and actually, you can actually see it on unit that doesn't have the people.
All right, well, maybe
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Okay. Are the, on the black and white elevation, is the railings showing? Well, we'll see that when we get to it.
That's it for this slide.
Yeah. Well, let's continue. Was that, oh, that was it for the slide. Let's go to the elevations, Kyle. Thank you. And I have one question to you. Besides the pool changing to a spa, have these elevations changed from the last time we looked at them, or are they the same? Joel? Did I lose him?
I think he froze.
Yeah, there's the glass railing right there.
Yes, it was visible, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yes, Chairwoman, his feed froze. It could come back on in a second. We can see. No, he's gone. He'll hopefully join us back in a moment.
All right, let's just keep going through. There's 4 elevations for each of the cottage, so let's just go through them because some of the stuff isn't pertinent to us, but you can see each one. This is Unit B. The first one was Unit A. There's C. And I think I said that they were 600 square feet, correct?
They're all the same size.
Yeah. There's Unit D. Is it possible that the photos that I took for the last time they were before us are there? Can we look at some photos? So, yeah, there they are. Right. No, the other that one right there. What's there now? And I guess this was pre-grandfathered before Joel said something that it has to be multi-unit, and probably why zoning allowed them to do these 4 separate cottages, because you can see behind the 2 that there's 2 other cottages. So they're going to replace these. These are right.
I don't know. I lost you guys there.
That's okay. These cottages right now are right. Are they west of the Montauk, Joel?
East.
Joel? Is this property, what is the location from the Montauk? Is it east or west?
This would be just to the north.
The north
of the Montauk.
Okay.
If you're looking down straight here, if you walked in front of those 2 buildings and you just looked left a little bit, you'd be looking right at the Montauk.
Right. So that would be north. For some reason I thought it was west. Okay. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Joel on this? You want to look at materials, Joel? You want to tell us what it's going to end up looking like from a standpoint of the materials?
I mean, I think what you saw so far is essentially what the buildings are going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to answer any questions. I do believe there might be some, Jonathan Subject might be on the line. If you have any questions.
I do see that. Excuse me, Chair, if you'd like, I can open that line up.
Okay. I want to just make a couple comments before we move on. Joel submitted that these are going to be Alaskan yellow cedar and they will weather out. And what we're looking at here is not necessarily the buildings, but the materials to represent what the doors and windows are going to be, as well as the mahogany decking and what the mahogany roof deck and glass railing are, and then the Alaskan yellow cedar shingles.
Correct.
And Jonathan, who is on, Joel, who is on with us?
I believe Jonathan's subject should be on the line, if you have any questions with
and who
regards
is
to the
he?
architecture.
Yeah, okay. And then my other question is, because there's a large amount of floor to ceiling, door and window glass fenestration, are you planning any type of films on these doors and windows to reduce some of the light transference, either from the interior to the exterior and vice versa?
I'll leave that question for Jonathan as well, too. Hopefully he'd be able to answer that better than I could. But I do believe that there are, if you notice these buildings, they do have overhangs over the windows. And I believe that was designed to help shade out the sun coming in during the sun.
Well, I'm more concerned about the light coming out of the buildings themselves.
Oh, understood.
At night and shining, onto the, facing the water, the pond.
Understood. Okay.
So that's
I'll
why
leave that
I'm
up to
asking
Jonathan
about-
if he's on the line.
Excuse me for 1 second. Esperanza, you have any comments?
I find the glass roof decks scary. It looks beautiful, but it just, I don't know. It feels scary.
In what capacity?
Being up there and feeling like you might fall over.
Well, is there any type of metal railing? I'm sure there's some type of.
I don't believe that the roof deck goes all the way to the edge. I believe that there's, if you would fall, you're going to fall, on the overhang.
Oh, no.
Also, there's a railing. Legally, there's a railing. They're planning in the plans. They have the glass rails outlined.
Right, that's what I mean. It's the railing that looks
Good afternoon.
precarious.
This is Jonathan's subject. I can answer those questions if you'd like.
Great, thanks, Jonathan.
Yeah, so the image you're looking at on the screen with the glass railing is a project that we've done, but that was 50 or 60 feet tall. We're talking about a one-story structure. It will have a glass railing that is 3 feet tall, but as Joel mentioned, the overhangs are anywhere from 4 to 6 feet. The glass railing and decking would be back 4 to 6 feet, so you wouldn't actually be by the edge. So there's an additional safety factor built into that.
So I'm sorry, let me just double check. You said that they're 3 feet high, the glass railing?
Yeah, if we could bring up the roof and we can show you, you can see the distance, how they're set back.
In the elevations?
Roof plan.
Yeah, on the roof plan.
That'll do.
So in the architectural drawings, maybe the third page of plans.
How about right there?
I mean, you can see it in those building sections as well. On the west overhangs tend to be deeper. If I could just see my notes here. The west side is about 8 feet on the overhang, depending on the building, and then the other side is close to 6 feet.
And is there a metal frame on the top, or is it just glass on the top?
We wouldn't do metal, we would do wood to match the decking.
Wood. But is that what was planned?
I believe we've done it both ways. I don't know that the rent is showing wood, but yeah.
But we would need to know specifically what, if you're presenting railings to us, we need to have the specs on what the railings are.
Yes, they're glass railings with the mahogany rail on the very top to match the deck.
Okay, and the spaces in between it, and is that with a metal structure in between the panels?
No, it would simply be a half-inch gap, so that they can't make glass panels that are that big. So we would just put them right next to each other, but the top rail would be continuous.
Okay, the mahogany top rail. Okay. Chip, do you have anything that you want to add to this?
No, I think they're very nice.
Okay. And Jonathan?
I think they're nice as well. Very good.
All right. You know what? Just for the sake of doing it, let's take a look through the plan so you can see the steps going down and also just the landscaping plan. Because I think it's very well thought out.
Some of the railing is actually a shingle wall, right?
Adjacent to the stair that comes up is I'm sorry.
That's where the wall goes up then. Yeah, okay. All right.
Right, and if you can reduce that a little bit so we can see where the steps to the water are, I think they're a little bit to the left. There you go, okay. So, you see where the steps go down and there is landscaping around there.
Actually, this plan doesn't show the steps to the water. You'd have to look at the survey for that.
Mm-hmm. But it shows the area, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
This would be the deck plan. But the survey might give you a better overview of the whole. 80, yeah, that one right there, right back 85, right there, yeah.
Okay. Then the only thing that I don't see mentioned is lighting.
The lighting was submitted, the lighting plan was submitted.
To who?
To the every board, ARB planning and zoning. It would be sheet,
It was part of the landscape plan.
yeah, it was with the landscape. I'll tell you the sheet exactly. It was
Right here.
grading and drainage. The lighting plan was L 6.1.
So in the packet where they're all A101 and they have all the cottages, it's not in that group, correct?
It's
No,
this
I
one
think it's
right
in the-
here. I think this is an L one. No, it was.
L 6.1. That's 4.1. There
go.
it is. That's the lighting plan.
What am I missing? Does anybody see a lighting plan?
Yeah.
It's on the screen.
All those little yellow dots.
How about what they look like, what the fixtures are?
They are off to the left of this plan. You'll see them if you scroll to the left. And there they are.
Oh, so okay.
Oh, they're down.
Those down-facing canisters, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so all of the lights on the buildings are going to be those down-facing sconces, correct?
Oh, the landscape lighting, the lights on the building, there was a sconce that you could see for the lights that are going to be on the building, right next to that.
Yes, they would be downward facing and they're shielded.
Right, and what color are they?
Those are stainless steel.
Okay, and that's what all of the buildings are gonna have, stainless steel light fixtures, correct?
Yes, that's the same for each one.
Because we need to
Correct.
have all this information for the resolution. Okay, and if no one has any other comments or questions, I'm gonna move forward to make a motion on this.
That looks good.
Good.
Well, the one question that wasn't answered, and maybe Jonathan, I was wondering if there's any film on, like a 3M light film that goes on these large doors and windows to reduce the amount of light emitting.
There wouldn't be a 3M film on the windows. We have part of the glazing package would be for the energy requirements, so that would reduce the amount of light coming in and going out. But also we would address it with curtains or shades, because the privacy at night is also an issue for the people that would be staying here.
So Betsy, are you requiring a specification on the type of window, the glazing?
I believe there probably is. There is a specification for with windows in the packet. So I was just asking if there was something different that they were doing other than just the energy saving glass. All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve this application as presented. Can I get a second on that, Chip?
Second?
All in favor, Esperanza?
Aye.
And Jonathan?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all right. Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, Joel. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a great night, guys.
You too.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm finished. Okay. Richard Jones, Inlet Seafood, tax map number 300-6-2-3.1541 East Lake Drive in Montauk. And I
Excuse me,
believe
Chair.
Richard was on the line for us.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mike, could you let him in?
Yes, I'll unmute that caller right now.
Yes,
Chip, I'm
hello,
gonna-
this is Richard.
Okay, so let me read it into the record. Tax map number 300-6-2-3.1541 East Lake Drive in Montauk. Chip.
Okay. I just want Kyle to, okay, that's a decent start, I guess. Okay, so the applicant is submitting a new revised plan for a simplified metal pole and canvas awning structure to be erected on the backside of the restaurant at the entrance to Montauk Harbor. Applicant proposes a 40-foot by 60-foot metal framework covered with a solid blue canvas awning. The gable end faces the harbor and the back of the restaurant. I don't believe it's connected to the restaurant building. There is no flooring specified. This is a simple, elegant solution to provide outdoor dining with a minimum of construction. Richard, I'll let you talk a little bit about it.
Can I see a picture with the awning on, with the covering on it, please?
There we go.
From the front. There should be another one there. There, yeah, let's leave it there for a minute. Okay, thank you.
Richard?
Yes, hello.
Why don't you just talk a
yes,
little bit
it's
about
gonna-
what your new proposal is? Yes.
Yeah, it's a 40 by 60, would be welded, galvanized steel for the frame. And we were going to go with a vinyl covering instead of, just, we think it might be a little more rugged, a vinyl. The color is a Prussian blue. I sent a chip to Chip.
I sent it around, yeah.
And the guy, you know, looking at doing this, he said he had methods of putting the poles in to the ground. One was he'd put like a steel in the ground and then weld the uprights to the steel in the ground and then just cover it up. Or he could use concrete footing for each pole. And it's, you know, it's a 40 by 60 structure. So each section would be 10 pole up and down every 10 feet. And the height of it, we would keep underneath the deck, which the peak would be about 15 feet, and then the side walls would be about 9 feet, I believe. And that's pretty it. Pretty simple. We're going to leave the grass, just the grass for the floor, and those benches that we have out. Right now, with the restaurant, we're about 50% the tables we can use because of the spacing, the social distancing, and we'd never. So this helps. Last summer we put a tent up, but had a lot of trouble with it, and it would open up on us constantly. So we just feel that this would be a better structure for.
Okay, Richard. So Dave McMaster, our attorney, is going to weigh in on some thoughts he has about this.
Okay, but
Dave?
before he does that, excuse me, I just want to confirm. So the poles that hold up the roofing area are 9 feet tall. Is that correct?
We don't have
yes,
any specs on it. We have no specs on this.
I know, but he didn't give you a spec sheet? But he
No,
said-
there's no dimensions on anything.
Okay, so, but he said that they're 9 feet. And then my other question is, do you know, Richard, from the ground to the top point of that top vinyl covered roofing, what's the total height?
Yeah. It's 15 feet.
50, like 50?
15.
15.
No, 15, 15.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry, thank you.
Yes, and
Hi, Richard.
yeah, what we've been with this is they don't really want to do too much work unless they know they're going to get the job. So that's kind of people have been. That's what we've been up against.
Excuse me, Michael, is there
Anyway.
anything, wait, Michael, is there anything you can do to help Richard that's
Yes,
breaking up?
excuse me, Richard, if you have the broadcast of the meeting either on a computer or a television in your room, could you mute it? Sounds like there's feedback.
Okay. Okay.
Just only listen through
Yes,
the phone.
I just muted it.
Thank you.
I just muted it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Hey, this is Dave McMaster. Do you want to comment?
Yeah, sure. So I want to know, are you going to leave the tent up, or the superstructure for the tent? Is that going to remain up permanently?
Yes, we would take the covering down for the winter so it didn't get beat up, and then just leave the frame up, yes.
Okay. It's just interesting because I was trying to get clarification from the building department before the start of the meeting on whether this is considered an awning or a tent. The inspector I talked to said it's actually a tent, but I guess it's a permanent tent that would be subject to our review because you're going to get a building permit for it. So I would say to you that you may need site plan if it turns out that building department gets this and you don't have that. Our approval alone might not be enough, but I think the board is fine with looking at it, and I say the board could vote on it, and if it needs planning approval, you'll find that out. But it's an open question, so you'll have to find out, I guess.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, I think that's great. If we got the approval, we could go to the guy who's going to build it, and he could draw up a better set of plans, an exact set of plans, and we could submit those to the building department and go from there. But he doesn't really want to do the work unless we have some kind of okay, it seems like. So.
Okay.
Well, I have a few other questions, unless Chip, you wanted to make any other comments. Okay.
No.
Can we go back to the photographs of it without the vinyl covered roof? Just the structure? Okay. So when you're standing underneath this, Richard, is it open, or are there cross bars at the top of the 9-foot poles going across? Are there support structure?
There would be, yes, there would be supports going across at the top, to tie the structure to each section together.
So when you're inside it, you look up, you do see these horizontal bars going across before you see the top of the roof, correct? It's not an open
No, that part of it would be just like looking at a frame on a wood structure or something. That, you know, those pieces look to be like a welded 6 inches thick or something, and that's it. If do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do. Would you mean, Betsy, that if there's like a at the 9-foot height bars that would go across?
Right, right. Or would
I don't think
just
that's
an open, you know, cathedral?
open.
Right.
Yeah, it looks open.
It looks open, but
Yeah,
I think
it would be open.
It kind of looks like there's little beams that go across it.
There has
That's my
to
question.
be
Are there
some
beams
kind of
that go across or are
like
there?
joists, right? You
Right,
know.
right. Could you answer that, Richard?
I don't see that, you know, at the outside of the structure where the poles go in the ground and up and down. Those look like they're tied together with pipe, right? With material there, and then you know, on the roof part, I just think that they're just like a gable roof. I guess, is that what you said?
So I guess what I'm asking is there a ceiling? Is there, you know, metal bars that go
No, it's
across?
open.
It's all open, okay. So
No,
from
it's open to the top.
Okay, that's what I was asking. All right, so.
That's why it needs a building
Yes.
permit.
Right. So when we're looking at this photograph, right, you can see that it comes up to, it looks like, and I'm just trying to get correct, and it just might be the way that this was semi-imposed on the photograph, that it actually covers your seafood inlet blue sign on the building.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Yes,
trying to
I believe
understand
we
how
would be
hard-
we would be removing that, I believe. We would
sign?
remove that sign.
Okay. But it doesn't go over where the railing is to the second story, correct?
No, no.
Because when
the
you go-
deck
if
up
you look-
there, it's actually has like a round shape to it. When they designed it, they wanted it to look like a boat. So,
Right,
but it just makes it really hard to attach anything to the building. So, no, the answer is no. It's like, it's not attached to the building there. We might just do a little, something over the stairs, you know, to go in and out. And that would be it.
Right, because it's away from the building, so if there was inclement weather, you would need a little covering there. Can we go back to the last picture where we were looking at it from the front? Right. See, if you look at this, and again, this could just be the way this was semi-imposed on the photograph. It looks like it's covering that second story, the top of this.
Perspective.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not. It's definitely going to be underneath that.
right.
You know, we have a great view from that deck, and we wouldn't want to block that. So it's designed to be underneath that.
Okay, that was my concern. Okay, thank you.
I have one other question too. Have you talked to the fire marshal's office about this? You know, because I think that they do tent inspections for safety, and the definition of a tent is something that's supported by poles, like I said. So it would make sense to, I think, contact the office of the fire marshal and ask him to review the specifications that you have from the manufacturer, and you know, just get a sense if he thinks that it's acceptable. I don't know that you would need to fill out a tent permit because it's going to be there permanently. But I think that the same concerns apply for safety, that you would want to coordinate with the information that he has in terms of safety and, you know, whether or not that material is fire retardant. So,
Right.
Yeah, we
So
can
based
definitely
on-
do that.
Right, and based on that, David, are we taking a vote on it so Richard knows that we're in favor, or are we making a motion to approve this and there's going to be a resolution?
It's really up to, I don't know if the applicant needs to know that this might not be the end of the road for him. It could go that the building inspector is going to say you need to go through these other hoops. But I think we could vote on it as submitted with the caveat that.
No, but when we voting on it, are we making a motion to approve it with the resolution, or are we just taking a vote on it to poll the board?
Or are we just
Poll the board.
polling the board? Okay.
And let him go through whatever he needs to get his approvals, knowing that he got it polled. He can then come back to us for the resolution. He might have to make some changes to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we also see the say from the same view without the canvas on it?
One of the early photos, yeah.
Well, they submitted one without the canvas where it's just the frame.
Yeah.
So I think that was the same group of submits.
And would there be the intention of putting some kind of vinyl plastic wall or in case of the inclement.
Stay right there. Stay right there, Kyle.
Yeah.
In case
we did that last year, like in September, we put side panels on the tent, and it just gave us so we could use it in September and October. So we would be at the end of the summer, we would be looking to put side panels on this.
Is that what you wanted to see, Jonathan?
Yeah. You can see that there is a horizontal beam going across, at least on the outer side, and there should be one on the side toward the building, but I don't actually see that.
Right, holding the triangle part of it, right?
Holding the triangle together, because if you don't have that, you're going to lose everybody.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that's there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why you go to the building department,
So I think the safest thing for us to do, Richard, is to we'll have Jonathan poll the board. Not Jonathan, I'm sorry. Chip poll the board on how they feel with regards to positive or a negative. And if everybody's positive, you can take that to the next departments that you need. And if everything goes through, come back and we can give you make a motion to approve it and get your resolution. Is that okay?
Yes, that sounds great. And, with that, I think that I can go to this guy and he can put a better set of plans together for us that we could submit and go forward from there.
I think that you ask the building department what they want. Yeah, that would be the thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Otherwise, it might be wheel spinning.
Yep. I can do that, definitely.
Okay. Chip, you want to just poll the board on this?
Sure. So this is for the erection of a 40 by 60 foot vinyl covered structure based on steel poles to adjoin the back of the restaurant. Jonathan?
Aye.
Esperanza?
I'm fine with it. Yes.
Betsy?
I'm fine with it. And I just want to read into the record that it's a Prussian blue vinyl covered roofing material.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm fine with it. So for all board members present, which are 4 of the usual 5, 1 is absent, are positive on this project.
Right. So we'll table this until you get all your ducks in a row with what you need to do with the other departments. Okay, Richard?
Yes, my next step will be I'll see the fire marshal about it, and I will go to the building department and see what they need.
Right. And I think it would be probably in your best interest to get a specification sheet or as much, information from the manufacturer that you can bring with you to each one.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
That sounds good.
All right, good. Have a nice evening.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Right.
Martin Handler, tax map number 300-49-6-2120 Surfside Avenue, Unit 22 in Montauk, And we're looking for either Jean or Lori Wilshire on the phone, someone from land planning.
Manufactured. I'm here.
Who's here?
Lori.
Hi, Lori. How are you?
Good. How you doing? I'm trying to shut down the LTV version so that we're not conflicting.
Please do.
It's behind you.
There's a delay.
Yeah, it was delayed. Okay, got that shut down. All right. You want me to present? This is pretty easy.
No, we'll let Chip read it into the record. What's on the application?
So this is an application to add about 70 square feet of living space on 2 levels to a very small oceanfront condo in the 92-unit Surf Club condo complex adjacent to downtown Montauk. This is a 1-bedroom unit, a bedroom on the 2nd level, and a very small living room kitchen on the 1st level. By enclosing a U-shaped open entryway, essentially the size of an elevator shaft, the applicant will gain additional living space of about 35 square feet per floor. This is part of a vast 1970s wooden condo complex, many units. The architecture is very forgiving. Closing this in should really have no effect on how the building looks. All work will match existing material, finishes, color, and lighting. The changes are minimal and all have already been approved by the condo association. And will alleviate what's essentially a very dark and somewhat spooky entranceway that you have to sort of go into and then turn. At night, it could be a little ominous. Lori?
Wait,
I completely agree with you.
Excuse me, what we're looking at, is this what's proposed?
No, that's just the building in general. I have some pictures I sent, Kyle.
Let's take a look at it first, so we can get.
Yeah, that first picture is a great one. Okay, that's what they want. They want to basically put a wall where the 2 little sides jut towards each other and then close that shaftway.
Right where it says 22?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lori?
And everything else is going to match. I mean, there's not much to add here. It's a 2-story enclosure with enclosed attic space, which is going to match everything here. They can't make any changes anyhow because it's a condominium, obviously, and everything has to match. So it'll just bring the wall forward. There'll be a door right there next to 22 and a window for the office just above that. And then the attic's infill will be attic infill space where the current trellis is above.
So it will be a roof. There won't.
It'll be roofed over, yes.
Roofed over, okay.
Yep.
Okay. So.
Basically infill.
Right. David, do you want to bring anything to the front on this that we need to consider before we move forward?
Oh, one other thing, the light fixtures just being relocated. Those are previously approved by the planning board.
David?
Just the general proposition that if something needs a building permit on a commercial property, it also needs, site plan approval. You need to update your site plan. So
we're in front of the planning board for a minor site plan approval.
Okay, so would it make more sense for us to wait the outcome of that approval and then go from there? Or you want us to issue comments on it?
I think you should just go ahead and approve it because the only thing the planning board's really going to be weighing in on is the infill of the roof. Their perspective is bird's eye. They don't get to look at doors and windows and siding and matching windows and things like that. So,
well, thank you for that. But okay, if they don't have a problem with it, that's fine. So there is a chance that if we approve something that they don't agree with, that we'll be back here again. So
we'll just come back to modify if something changes, but I can't imagine it will.
All right. Well, Chip, did they submit what the door and the window are going to look like?
They submitted extensive architectural renderings, yes. It's in keeping with what's there already.
Well, I think before we make a motion to prove anything, we need to see what we're approving.
They're on the plans. Page A301 is showing the door with someone standing in front of it.
Will they match the other doors in the condo unit?
They will, and the windows. Yep.
Everything matches what's existing, Betsy, so I don't even think we need to look at them.
Well, I'd like to know what it is.
I'd like to see it.
Or you could just tell us we have to change the color and the windows of every unit.
Well,
No, I want to know.
No,
is
I
it-
just haven't been there. I'd like to see it.
Well, I'd like to know, is it a solid door? Is it a door with a window? If I have.
It's right in front of you. See? Right there, the person standing in front of it.
So it has a window, 2 panels, okay, and then a solid, I'm sorry, then a casement window. It doesn't have any divided lights in it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, can we reference that in the are we doing a resolution? Yes, we are. Can we reference that page number, that A501 for the door and window design?
Sure.
Okay, Tim.
Is that attic accessible?
There's a pull down. So it's for storage.
Oh, okay.
Where do those stairs lead?
Up to the 2nd floor.
No, I mean, how can you actually get a pull down in that little teeny space? I'm amazed.
I'm thinking it's in the office, the pull down.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, Chip.
In the original photograph we're looking at, it looked like it was 3 stories, the ground story, and then 2 windows above, one on top of each other. Now, what was I looking at there, which is different than this is?
I think you're looking at the footings, the foundation.
No, the photograph of the
skylights,
where you're filling it in. The first image.
The first image I thought was just a generic image of a condo unit there. I didn't think.
No, well, the second image, yeah.
My photograph he's talking about.
Yeah.
There.
Right there. Now you see that? There's a door, a window, and above that, there's another window.
That's the perspective. That's actually an open roof, and it's a sort of a trellis structure at the moment. That would be the roof.
Just to the left and below a trellis is a window.
You can see it better on my photo if you blow it up. That one.
It's open roof.
See that?
Right. So that window
right there. Exactly.
Looks like
I don't know if that's a window or a vent. I can't tell from here.
Open roof, no?
Anyway, that's going to be that's the accessible part for the attic, right? That's what it is. Yeah. So I see it now. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna make a motion to approve this, Betsy?
Yeah, we'll make a motion, yes. And if something changes, she has to come back and make a modification.
Correct.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the applicant's plans as submitted. All work will match existing material, finishes, color, and lighting.
And please reference A501.
And please reference A501 on their architectural plans. This is for the enclosure of a shaftway to provide additional living space.
But it also gives us the door and window design.
Right.
Okay. All right. Lori, all right. So that's, can I get a second on that, Esperanza?
Second.
All in favor, Jonathan?
Yes.
And Betsy, yes. Okay. All right. Lori, do you want to hang out and finish up?
Oh, yeah, let's do that. That'd be great.
Okay, so we're going to move to page 4 on the agenda. On the top page under fences, walls, and berms, Vivian Polak, if that's the correct way, I'm sorry if it's not, tax map number 300-135-124, 16 Jason's Lane, East Hampton, New York. Esperanza.
This is an application for an existing coated wire mesh deer fence with metal posts, 3 wooden posts, and 3 wooden gates at a maximum height of 8 feet. The mesh is black wire, they're green metal posts, and the total length is approximately 206 linear feet. I think this is one of the photographs submitted in the application by the applicant. I also went out there and took additional pictures. Maybe that's mine, I don't know. These might be mine. So you can see the 3 pedestrian gates. This is a corner lot, and so it faces Jason's Lane and Jason's Court, I think it's called.
Correct.
And accordingly, because this is an 8-foot fence facing 2 streets, it had to come before us.
Can we see a survey first and see what we're talking about, what the issues are before us?
I mean, I think mainly the issue is that it's an 8-foot fence.
But I would like to know where it's located on the survey.
Yeah. So there you see it along Jason's Court. It goes out from where it says 2-story frame house, just above that, you'll see the wire deer fence.
And that's 8 feet?
That is at 8 feet.
And that goes north, right?
And it goes north. It meets at the property line there, a neighbor's stockade fence, which is at 6 feet. And then, actually, I think it's the property owner's stockade fence.
It is our stockade fence.
Pardon me?
It is our stockade fence.
Yes. Okay. So then the entire, that side yard and the rear yard, all is stockade fence. So that's all 6 feet. And then along the Jason's Lane, which would be, if you, Kyle, you move it up, is more stockade fence. And then it meets the 8-foot wire deer fence sort of at that little corner where the gravel driveway is, and goes along around enclosing that side of the house where the brick pathway is.
Okay, I just want to be clear. So the section of the stockade fence above the word Jason's, that's 6 feet, right? All the way to the driveway. And that would be facing a street, correct? Okay. And then it turns into what? 8-foot deer fencing at that point?
Yes.
And goes around to where that walkway is, and does it connect to anything at any point?
Connects to the house there. There's a pedestrian gate there. And then it continues again just behind the that upper facade of the house along Jason's Court at 8.
Right, okay.
Yep.
So the issue really is the 6 foot facing Jason's Lane needs ARB approval because it's above 4 and it faces the front road.
No, let me interrupt, sorry, because there's memos we submitted to the file.
Yes, I can, yeah. I
was written by the town attorney and Don Sharkey in year 2003, basically stating that the stockade fencing has been in that location since before 1984, when the fence laws came into effect.
Okay.
And that stockade fence does not require ARB or a building permit.
Okay, so then what are we talking about? We're only talking about
the 8-foot fence.
On the north,
deer fence.
near the driveway, going up to the house, and then the section north of the house, correct?
Correct. I mean, the only observation that I would make, Lori, is that the stockade fence is not installed correctly.
But it's been like that since before there were fence laws.
All right, well.
So I understand your point, but it's been there for a very long time, as it is. The other thing that I would like to point out is with the deer fencing, the 8-foot deer fencing, it's pretty well woven amongst existing trees, and it's not actually that visible from the road.
Let me ask you, I just want to get a lay of the land here. The area between the Jason Court easement and I guess it's the building envelope, is that their property, or is that some kind of preserve, or what is that?
That's just the principal building envelope setback. It has nothing to do with the fence or easements.
There's no easement there. There's no preserve. That's just their property.
Right. That's just the front yard setback from the road.
All right. So can we look at some pictures to see what this 8-foot fence looks like? The only thing is, David, we can't approve anything over 6 feet that faces a road. So what are we doing here? We can't approve that. We can approve up to 6, but we can't approve an 8-foot deer fencing on the front facing of a property.
What is the setback under the new legislation if it's more than 50 feet?
More than 50 feet.
Is it 50 feet?
Well, I mean,
Go back to,
technically not from Jason's lane, and it is visible on the corner. From Jason's court, it is, yes, it is, except for right at the top toward lot 11, which is the stockade fence at the top of the survey. That would be less than 50 feet.
so the area down near the driveway, you said, is more than 50 feet? From the-
No, the area by the driveway is, I mean, that's not even remotely 50
Right.
feet.
So,
That's right
so
on the
it doesn't fall into something over 50 feet? 50
No.
feet or over. So it does need ARB approval to be up to 6, and we can't approve anything up to 8.
Is
So-
that accurate, David?
I didn't hear what was the last part? Did she say we can't approve anything up to 8?
Cannot approve over 6 feet because it's within 50 feet from the roadway. It's not 50 feet or over. So therefore, we can approve up to 6 feet, but we can't approve anything higher than 6. So I don't want to just keep, going around and around about this. If we can't approve it, we can ask the board or the applicant if they're willing to knock it down to 6. And we could ask Esperanza, based on her, review of the application and the property, if she thinks that that's appropriate for the area.
Yes, I just didn't hear the last thing that you said. That's all. That makes sense to me, Betsy.
Yeah.
So, my suggestion is going to be, well, first of all, there is a way to put the portion of fencing that gets close to Jason's court in such a way that it would be 50 feet from Jason's court. And that would then get it out of the.
It has to be 50 feet or more. Can we look at the survey again?
Yeah, we could make that work on Jason's court, but not on Jason's lane.
So you're saying tuck it in at that top section where it meets the stockade?
You could turn it into, to have it meet the corner of the pool house and come off the other corner of the pool house to meet the stockade.
Yeah.
But doesn't that still require ARB approval? The 8 feet, even though it's more than 50 feet?
It's actually 44 feet.
What I'm saying is, with the new code,
Yeah, you're right. That's what
we
it says.
can't approve anything above 6, but we can approve if it's more than 50 feet from the road, we can approve above 6, but no higher than 8.
Right.
Still needs ARB approval, even if it's moved. And is there any reason why she needs an 8-foot fence along that way? Because basically she's enclosing most of the property.
It's 51%, although the stockade fence is not technically considered a deer fence.
Right, and it's 6 feet, and that's her right in the back. Right.
It's the stockade fence is added to the deer fencing when you're calculating the total enclosure for fencing.
Right. But that's her right to have 6 foot stockade fence in the back. We're just talking about this.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but there's an exception under the new code for the percentage of property that's enclosed by fencing. And, if you're looking to include deer fencing to a property that has pre-existing stockade fencing, for instance, you include the amount of property that's enclosed by the stockade fence.
Oh, this is what I'm going to suggest then. I think we can get under the 50% by adjusting the fence back.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think we can get under the 50% by adjusting the deer fence around the pool house to be 50 feet from Jason's court. And I also think that I guess we don't have a choice but to cut the one that's in the front down to 6 feet, and that should solve the problem.
Esperanza, what's your take? You were up there.
Yeah, I mean, the property as you approach it it looks fairly open because it's not just fenced right on the property line along that corner, those 2 roads then on that corner. I see it. I know I'm looking at it now when it's not all grown in, but that's what you'll look at a good 6 to 8 months out of the year. So I think it would look much better if it could be brought in. I think it would kind of follow the property line and look better, and then to be brought down to 6 feet along the corner of Jason's Lane where it meets the stockade would also, I think, enhance the aesthetic.
Oh, well,
I don't see it.
this I'm gonna have to run by my clients. I mean, I think they're on the phone, but I don't know for
I
sure.
don't see a real spot on the survey that's over 50 feet. That, you're gonna have the fence go right to that terrace, the patio.
Yeah, this is what I'd like to do, Esperanza and Lori, if you wouldn't mind me jumping in here. Why don't we table this? Lori, if you can go back and work with your applicant, your client, and come back with it mapped out on this survey. Where you're going to move the 8-foot fencing so that it's 50 feet or more from the roadway, and how it's going to present. And that the area down near Jason's Lane, we can't approve more than 6 feet.
Okay, I think if they're listening, they'll understand that. So yes, I will work with them on that, and hopefully we'll come back to you before the next meeting.
Okay. I just want to say that I think the house is very interesting looking.
It is. No, it's lovely. That's why, I agree with Lori that it's not like anything that's totally unsightly, but I think that, well, it's not to code.
Right. And we have to follow code. So let's table that. And Lori, I'm sure I don't have to repeat it. You know what we're.
Nope, I know exactly what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have one more.
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, you do. It is John Cantarella and Samantha Rippner, tax map number 300-20, 10 South Fulton Drive in Montauk. Chip, you can read into the record what it's for.
Sure. So Kyle, can we see that first photo? Okay. So the applicant, a new homeowner, seeks approval of a list of outdoor items to obtain a certificate of occupancy. The items include approval of an existing driveway gate, deer fencing that flanks the driveway gate, and solid fencing along the rear of the property. I've added 2 other items to the list: an overscaled pool equipment enclosure in the rear of the property and an overscaled outdoor shower enclosure. The property is 1/4 acre. It is on a dirt road off of Old Westlake Drive in Montauk. One side of the road is wetlands, the other side is homes. It feels somewhat remote. This driveway gate is 6'2" tall and 13 feet wide. It reads black, though on the plans it's stated that it's gray. It slides open on a very sophisticated track with a wheel, and it slides behind the deer fencing on the right. The gate to me feels like we're in Los Angeles, not rural Montauk. I think the gate needs to be made much more transparent, and the height may or may not be appropriate. The deer fencing which flanks the gate is professionally installed and measures 6 feet. I have no issues with that. The fence across the back of the property, Kyle, can we jump to some more photos? That's the road. One more. This is the fence across the back. That's good. This is the fence across the back of the property. It's a solid wall, 7 feet tall. It appears to be made out of some sort of masonite panels. It reads black. I met the neighbor who lives behind this solid wall, who happened to be out working in his yard because the houses are very close here. He stated that he has no issue with the fence. He actually likes it, though the back side of the fence is the bad side, which faces him. Can we see one more photo?
And you said this is the back of the house where this is?
Yes, Betsy, yes.
And so this is the neighbor's wire fence in front of it?
No. Oh, yes, this is the back. This is what the neighbor sees, his wire fence and the back framework of this fence. Can we go back, Kyle, to some of these pool enclosures? One right there. Okay, good. No, what? Back one. Okay, so in the back, and this is really adjacent to this fence I just showed you, is a pool equipment, so fencing. It's an L-shaped thing. It covers the air conditioning and the pool equipment. It's made of the same blackboard masonite fence. This structure is 8 feet tall and L-shaped. What's odd is the maximum height of any of the equipment that you're looking at is 4 feet. So there's really no reason for this thing to be 8 feet tall.
And it's not an enclosure, it's just more like a screening wall, correct?
It's like a fence, an L-shaped fence. And then can we go forward a little bit, Kyle, to that pool enclosure? Keep going. Back, okay. On the other side of the backyard is this pool enclosure. There's this shower. It's a rectangular with an opening. It's made of wooden slats, somewhat like the gate in the front. The coloring reads black. It's 7 feet 2 inches tall. This is quite in your face, and this, I think, in my mind, should be reduced in height also. So we have two structures in the backyard that seem very tall given the small size of the property. We have a solid fence in the back. We have a driveway gate that is too dense. Lori, do you want to talk about this?
Can I ask, excuse me 1 second. Can we look at a survey so we can get a handle on where all these situations are located on the property so that I can understand that, please?
Chip, how tall is the shower enclosure?
7'2".
7 feet.
Thank you.
2 inches, I think.
So this is like a private road. It's like a gravelly dirt road across the street from wetlands, and I believe it's a dead end. Is that correct, Chip?
I believe it is also, yes. So the driveway gate is at the bottom of the page. You can see where it comes up. Driveway goes up and scoots over. There's an underground garage, and then the little pathway goes to the back. There's a swimming pool that you can see to the left corner of the swimming pool headed towards the back. It kind of marks where that fencing is, though it's not clearly laid out. Then there's the solid fence right behind it, it says plywood privacy fence. The shower does not appear on this survey. It's to the far right, sort of where it says S64 on the right-hand side of the property.
Wait, let me find
It says shower right there.
Oh, there.
Where?
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Concrete walk, shower.
Oh, yeah. Okay, got it.
And
No,
the
it's right there.
plywood privacy fence along the back doesn't have the height, and it's not plywood, right? Isn't it some type of,
It's plywood or some sort of masonite board. I don't think it's plywood because it has a hollow ring to it.
and
But
it's
being as opaque as it is, it should not be called a fence. According to the code, that is a wall.
right. And it's not plywood.
There's lots of issues with this property. Lori, do you want to talk about them?
No, I'm actually here to get your feedback. You pointed out everything that's here. We're aware of what's here, and they've asked us to come in to legalize the gate when we discovered all these other things.
Yeah.
We've made them aware.
Well, the legalizing of the gate, meaning that they installed a 6 foot plus solid.
Betsy, wait. These people, from what I understand from Jean, Lori's colleague, bought this house with no C of O. So they just walked into this situation not understanding anything about what they were
So
dealing
the
with.
previous owners put up a higher than
Yes.
6 foot gate with ARB approval. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And a fence and
Right.
everything
And
else.
there's no code violations or anything like that at this point.
On the property?
No, they're coming through voluntarily. They weren't cited.
Right.
No, voluntarily.
That's nice. I like that. I don't know. Well, what do you think, Chip? You were there.
Well, let's start with the front, was the gate. I mean, I feel like I'm in Los Angeles or Beverly Hills. For a dirt road, we do not need a gate like this. I think they need to open it up, make it much more transparent.
Drop
It's
the
6
height.
feet, pardon?
And drop the height.
It's 6 feet tall. It could come down 5 feet. I don't know. The fencing on either side is.
Where are all the mechanics on this? Are they lower or are they,
No, they're right.
Over, it's a sliding gate, Betsy, so it's on the right. See some dark stuff on the right, but the deer fence is 6 feet tall in the front too, which is very professionally installed. And the gate slides over toward the right.
So, I mean, technically, we're allowed to have a 6 foot tall.
No, technically you're allowed by right a 4 foot gate.
We can give you permission for a 6 foot gate, Lori, but we have to
It's
decide
the
that it's in
board's
our.
discretion to
Yes.
go over 4 feet, no higher than 6.
Is that a metal gate?
It's wooden slats.
Probably with the metal frame,
Then
right?
you take out every other slat.
Right.
You could. that may not be enough.
It just, it just doesn't fit in at all with the area, with the roadway, the wetlands. I didn't go down the back of the street to see what else is back there.
What does the house look like?
It's sort of a black, brutalistic house, modern.
The things actually go with the house. They do
They
that.
do. It's very consistent. It just doesn't have anything to do with this part of Montauk.
Well, let me ask this. Let's go away from the gate for a minute. Any of this stuff in the back, does it affect anyone in any way, shape, or form? Can anyone see this other than the guy who likes it next door?
No. It's totally evergreened in. There's an evergreen screen that surrounds the property. I mean, let's deal with this. This thing is 8 feet tall. It could be cut down to 4 feet in a second.
Yeah.
I think they're probably using it also as sound attenuation. So
Sure,
that's
because the
probably why
pool
it's taller.
the pool is just on the other side, yes. But it's really, I mean, it's so offensive when you see this.
Well, we can approve up to 8 feet on that. We can approve it, but if they wanted to reduce it to 6 feet, that's their, they have the right to a 6 feet pool wall back there.
Well, if no one can see it, I don't see why we need to mess with it. It's keeping the sound down from the pool, from air conditioning units and pool equipment.
Right.
And it's not visible from the house and no one else can see it.
Right. And the outdoor shower, usually outdoor showers are about 6 foot tall. This is 7'2". Nobody can see this either.
I like that. I think it's pretty.
I'm sorry, what?
I like it. I think it's pretty, the outdoor shower.
I'm starting to feel that all this, excess stuff in the back isn't that big of a deal. That, if the rest of the board was, okay with it, we could just approve it as is. What do you think, Chip?
Well, you open the door for people building solid walls that we are then approving as fencing or other things.
It's
not a
depends on
fence.
the situation. I think this is all fine.
Can I ask what the white little thing on that shower, which I think I saw on the driveway gate, are those cameras or what are they?
Well, there's cameras on the driveway gates. These could be cameras also.
Oh my God.
Where do you see cameras? I see uplighting. Do I see uplighting?
It's like
Where that little beehive is in the upper right-hand corner there.
In the bushes, Betsy.
Oh.
It's not facing into the shower.
Thank goodness.
That's a good thing.
Well, let me ask this. To the right of the beginning of the shower, there looks like there's a little black uplight. Is that a black uplight?
Also, yes.
That has to go.
Oh, what is that?
I'll have them just aim it at the shower.
No, it has to go. It's an uplight.
I think it can be tilted over, but I'll mention it to them.
If they want to put like a little light on the outside of the shower, it should go on the structure and face down.
Okay.
I think it illuminates the hedge, Betsy.
You can't. It's against code.
Lighting.
It's gotta go. And if they're gonna put a light on the shower, it's gotta face down and they just gotta show us a spec sheet on what the fixture looks like. So that's number one. I have no problem with the shower. Does anybody else have a problem with the shower? Let's just deal with stuff one by one.
No.
Jonathan?
I think it's fine.
Chip?
I'm mixed on it. I would say no, but.
Well, I'm okay with it. So that's 3-1. So the only thing that needs to be done on the shower, again, Lori, is the light, okay?
Yep, I got it.
Okay. So let's tackle the pool enclosure. You can have up to 6 feet without our approval. Let's talk to the board and see where they're at on this. Chip?
Well, if we cut it to 6 feet, that would be ideal, 5 or 6 feet. I mean, at 5 feet, it's still a foot above the equipment.
Right, and they can have up to 6. I say 6 on it, and that's.
Okay, 6 is fine with me.
Jonathan?
It's on a survey. It's, like off in the corner and
No, it's not, Jonathan, it's right in the center of the backyard. The pool is right behind it. Well, it's right there.
Yeah. I think it's fine.
Esperanza?
It's 8 feet? Is that?
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's excessive, but I'm not looking at it every day.
Well, I think it should be 6, so we're tied.
I agree. I think 6 feet would be better.
So let's do 6 feet on that pool enclosure, Lori.
Got it.
Okay, and then the wall, let's talk about that wall.
Well, the neighbor doesn't have any of, I mean, the neighbor's house is maybe 10 feet off this wall.
And the wall is 7 feet, correct? And they can have 6.
Yeah, the wall is 7 feet 2, I think.
No, that's the outdoor shower.
Oh, wait, let me get it.
The wall is 7 feet and it then meets the 6-foot wire fence. Is that correct?
Yeah, the wire fence is the neighbor's.
Okay. But I mean, the neighbor, if the neighbor's only complaint was that he got the bad side of the deal, could they do something about that? Or is that necessary? Does he want something done about that?
No, Chip said he didn't care, right, Chip?
Also, it has a certain charm. It's not like thrown together. This is carefully put together. So
yeah, it's not the worst thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a bad side to me at all.
Well,
And you can
We've
also see
asked-
that on
there was
his deer fencing, you can see that it's going to be all covered in vines by the time the summer comes around.
Wait, I just want to be clear. Chip, you talked to the guy next door. He said he didn't have a problem with the wall and he didn't have a problem with the bad side facing his.
no, well, he said he mentioned the bad side and it wasn't his favorite thing, but I said, do you want us to think about it? And he was sort of indifferent to that. But, there was a case on Sayers Path where at the beginning of Sayers Path, where we had a very sophisticated fence that had a bad side to the neighbor. We had them drop in panels with a crane, so the neighbor didn't see the bad side of the fence. So I don't know.
Was it actually a crane or they just manually?
There was a crane. They had to drop it in because there was no way to get back there.
Lord. People and their walls.
The neighbor's wire fence with all the vines on it, is it also tall like this or is it a little bit lower?
I think it's lower. This is 8 feet. I think it's probably like 6 feet.
It looks pretty close, doesn't it?
It looks really close.
Yeah.
Well,
that is close.
7 feet. 7 feet is what you have.
It looks about the same.
Yeah. Then you know what? If he didn't make a big deal about it, I'm fine with it.
So are we approving the 7-foot wall?
Yeah.
Where is it again? It's in the rear, right?
It's about half the way across the back of the property, the rear of the property.
Does it function for anything other than screening their neighbor, or is it part of the pool fencing?
Well, there is no pool fencing. That's what,
That is.
So it's part of their pool fencing then?
Yeah.
it is part, but there's no pool fencing around the rest of the backyard. The gate in the front is part of the pool. The driveway gate is part of the pool fencing, which is an issue that has to be addressed. I would let this go and approve it. I mean, if the neighbor didn't care and you guys don't seem to be upset about it, fine.
Esperanza and Jonathan, you were okay with it for
I'm
now?
okay with that. I'd like to go back to the pool equipment though for a second,
Okay.
just to say that, it's in the middle of their property. I think that if we looked at it from the pool side, I don't know what it looks like, but if you're at the pool, I think it kind of looks like a sculpture in the sense that it's an object just standing there. And I think that if it were lower, I think it could look awkward. I'm not so sure that it's a bad thing at 8 feet, especially since nobody can see it.
Well, my recollection is that we polled the board, they can have it at 6 feet, and 3 of the 4 board members thought that it should be down to 6. Is that still the same thing?
It is with me.
Me? Esperanza?
Yeah,
I mean, you got to remember, this is 1/4 of an acre.
it's
and with
hard for me to understand the context of it all, and the house seems to fit with all of these very opaque barriers.
But I don't think they need to be 7 feet.
I agree. I agree.
If we're leaving,
Tower is 7 feet, the everything is 7 feet.
if we're leaving the pool enclosure and the security wall or the privacy wall, then I think we should leave the pool enclosure wall too, because there's a consistency among these things in the backyard. And I agree that they do actually look like pieces of art. And if you cut it down, it's going to look like a wall that's trying to hide something.
That's what it is.
Lori, I cannot say that this looks like a piece of art, having been there yesterday. It does not look like a piece of art. It looks like Starlock 13.
No, I don't want
feel-
to spend an hour on this. It's, it really is getting like ridiculous. We voted on it. It was 3-1. It goes to 6 feet. I'm not going to backtrack on all of this.
Okay, the only thing we didn't finish is the gate.
Let's go to the gate. I'd love to see this thing drop down to 4 feet and call it a day.
Agree.
And leave the wood slats the way they are?
Yeah. They don't need, what's the point of this?
I agree. Well, I was told that there's deer in the area and it stops deer from jumping into the property.
Well,
that is an issue.
The deer are an issue for everyone.
Deer are an issue for everyone. I have deer jumping over, my 4-foot gate, and I have them jumping over my 6-foot stockade fence in the back if I scare them.
So they've got all these evergreens and the property's fenced. And then if we take this down to 4, it negates everything in terms of deer mitigation. They're going to end up with a second gate or something in order to keep that from happening.
Well, people put cattle grates down.
That's a terrible idea. I tried that and I had it removed immediately.
Let's
Have $15,000.
All right, let's poll the board. Who says yes to leave it as is at 6'2"? We can give them the extra 2 inches for the, contractor's leeway. Jonathan, where are you on this? Which means we're also then approving the 6-foot deer fencing in the front. And it is a road that most people don't drive down unless you're, going fishing in the wetlands or you own a home down the block.
Yeah, I don't think monkeying with this gate is going to be a very good idea because I think it came intact. I don't think it was built on site. So trying to take it apart in pieces or cut it down it's going to injure the integrity of it. I think what we could do is a little bit of screening along, you can't see my finger, but along the sides of the grass that would mitigate it as you approach from either side. It'll screen the gate from vision rather than, head on, you'll still see it, but not that many people, unless you're going to the house, are going to be looking at it head on.
Is this the last house on the street?
No, it's in the middle.
But it's basically a private road and it's a dead end.
And
it doesn't have anybody across the street looking at it because it's wetlands.
It's an automatic gate. And how far is it from the road?
It might be on a survey.
It's about, this is not to scale, unfortunately.
I have it.
Let me see this.
Gate's right on the line. No.
It's on the property line, but it's set back from the road by about 200.
He pads off the property line.
Yeah.
I'm getting about 15 feet back from the right of way. Not from the right of way, from the edge of gravel.
Edge of gravel.
Well, we usually, the fire department requires about 20 feet.
I think it's closer to 19, 20 feet, because I'm looking at a 12-foot, the shower's 12 feet 9, and that's about 2/3 of this distance. It must be about 15 feet.
Thematically, the gate, the pool equipment enclosure, the shower, the privacy wall, and the house, they actually do all go together. I mean, the dark brown is a theme, and the
Lori, we get it. We totally get it. We totally get it. My thing with this gate is, again, it's on a private road. The people across the street aren't looking at it. You know, I agree with, to start messing around with it. The only thing is that keypad is not on their property line.
Look where that telecom is, though, over down the next, at the end of the line there.
And the electric meter.
That's not a problem.
This is just crazy.
So the thing is that this is a wetland area, and there are a lot of deer. So I think cutting the gate down negates the entire, what they've done, what they bought, which was an enclosed property that enables them to keep the deer out.
Oh, we didn't even get to that point, that it's fully enclosed?
It's super fully enclosed, and they have to add a pool fence because there's no fencing around the pool. I think, I don't see how we can approve this gate. It goes against everything we've talked about for the last 3 or 4 months.
We've been at this thing for quite some time now. You know what, Lori, would you be okay if we tabled this and it gave you an opportunity to go back to the applicants and explain, our concerns about it? Unless, you want us to pull the board on the gate. I can pull the board on the gate.
Nope, I want to talk to my clients about it. I mean, we've come to resolves on everything else, I believe.
Yes, I'm going to tell you what we resolved. The shower stays, but the uplight goes, and if they're going to put a new light on the shower, it needs to be dark sky compliant, facing down, and they need to submit a spec sheet on what that is. Okay. The 7, and so the shower stays. The 7-foot wall in the back of the house stays, and the pool house equipment wall drops from 8 feet to 6 feet. And the gate we're just struggling with.
Okay. All right.
Maybe, we understand with the 6-foot deer fencing, and that, what's the height of all the fencing around the property? Is it 6?
It's all
6 feet,
6.
yeah.
It's all 6. So, the sides from the back of the house and to the back, they're allowed that 6. I understand the situation where they are. Everybody has that issue. It's becoming unattractive though in Montauk with the amount of crazy deer fencing that people are just slapping around. So we're trying to control that so we don't lose the beauty of the area. My thing is with this is that you don't really see it from anything unless you're driving down that road because you live it. But maybe there's a way that they can find out from the fence company that installed it if it's easy to just sort of open it up, just so it doesn't look so wall-like. I think the board would be a little bit, easier on the eye if it wasn't such a wall.
So I'm thinking that it was probably a very expensive gate. And I'm also thinking that I understand the comment about LA and the opaqueness, but I'm also thinking about the possibility that they might be able to pull the 6-foot deer fence and gate further back.
I was thinking
so that it's not so visible from the street and still achieve the goal of securing the property and just not having it right there on the road.
Well, I like that idea. So why don't we table it and you come back to us? But in the meantime, we have good notes and good note takers here. And we know what we did with the other 3 issues. And we'll just, try to tie this all up when you come back with another solution. I appreciate that. I think that's a good idea. Okay.
Great.
All right. Thank you so much, Lori.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go back to page 3. And the next one on the list was Wayne Scott Farms, tax map number 300-192-3-5.1. That's been postponed. And Brittany, unless somebody knows anything different, Esperanza, they didn't ask to be put back on. They just said postpone it and they'll come back to us when they're ready.
Yeah, I think they didn't, if Brittany didn't get different instructions from John, then
This is
I
just,
think they're going to try for the next meeting, but I don't know.
so we're not automatically putting it back on the next meeting until we hear from them.
I think that would be better, yes.
Elementary Beach, tax map number 300-49-4-2.2725, Montauk Highway in Montauk. Chip and Michael, I'm going to ask if maybe Tony is on the line, and if you'll excuse me, I just think I need to go and grab my
Sure,
dog.
Chairwoman, there are 3 callers on the line who I don't know who they are. I would have to open them up one at a time. I can start.
Please do. That'll give me a
Actually, I
chance.
just see the caller coming in right now with the correct ID. The last 4 digits are 0633. I believe this is Tony. I'll unmute now.
Right. And Chip, you can go ahead and read that into the record. I'll be right back.
Sure. Kyle, so can we see the first photo?
Hey everyone, sorry. The stream's behind.
Okay, so Tony, I'm going to just read what I saw when I was out there yesterday. So this is an application for facade changes to an iconic 1950s style deco 1-story building in downtown Montauk. It's actually at the traffic circle. It occupies the south side of the circle, and there is a bank that adjoins it that's part of the same structure. The bank has had a greatly altered facade. You would not know it looks anything like this building. The applicant seeks to replace a large fixed window with one that will tilt up and open like an old-fashioned garage door. Can we see the next photograph? So this is the window on the right that they want to take out. There's two sort of pieces of glass with the strip in between, and put a window there that's going to flip up so that you would have access inside and out. Like they want to cover the planter. So you see the planter below it, and then the planter to the left wraps all around the building. They want to cover the planter that hugs the outside curve of the building with wooden planks for seating. Can we see the next photo, Kyle?
Can I just ask one question? Is that like a little retaining wall, or was it actually built to be just a planter?
I believe it's a planter.
Okay.
Pretty much a planter, yeah.
Then they had to want to add double glass doors to the back side of the building where this one door is that you see on the far left, just clear glass doors. They want to repaint the building white, and they want to add a red stripe. You see at the bottom of the planter, there's a turquoise colored stripe, almost like a baseboard that goes around the outside facade of the building. They want to replace that with a red stripe. And they want to add, they want to change a light fixture that's on the front of the building, which is like a gooseneck barn-like light fixture that's white. It matches the ones on the bank side of the building. They want to change that to a red light fixture. Montauk has many building styles, but not many like this one. This is an unusual building style for Montauk. It's an important design statement. It's smack in the middle of the town. I'm okay with the window and the door changes covering the planter. I don't think there's been plants in that planter in a long time. I'm just not sure about the red stripe replacing the turquoise stripe and the red light fixture. Tony, you want to talk about this project?
Yeah. Well, essentially that's great news about the door and then the garage door. The landlord is Francine, and Franny, she's been a long time family in the town and legacy. Kind of the same. We got lucky with Orland Roseville over in CT's Montauk, so we have a good relationship with her. And then essentially, Franny's only stipulation, obviously, this movie was featured in some major film, or this property was featured in major films, the one with Jim Carrey and Kate Winslet. So we're not interested in changing too much the character of the building. I think by adding that garage door, it's an airplane door, it essentially allows us to kind of modernize it. The stipulation from the landlord is we can't touch the curved glass, so she was happy if we were going to invest in this airplane door, because for us, it just creates kind of like a more friendly, inviting flow, especially on the nice days and when we get fresh bread inside. So it's just kind of more inviting because we're going to be primarily a cafe. And then the wooden bench is essentially kind of I talked to the fire marshal a lot, kind of the last operators, I think, rubbed a lot of people the wrong way in some sense. So the problem that they were facing is that we have 6 feet around on the sidewalk, but by the time you put picnic tables out there like the last few people, pretty much the service has to go onto public property. And then since I don't see us planting those and we want to reduce the amount of sidewalk space we take up, I think that if we just convert the top of that pretty much into a nice sitting area and then do small cafe tables around the front of the restaurant, it kind of creates this, the vision of the concept is essentially kind of an Italy meets Montauk with like a very beach town vibe. It'll be open year round. My vision is that people either come in the morning, get a espresso and a croissant and sit outside and people watch during the daytime, or like at night come in and pick up one of our hot made items or like a salumi plate and sit outside and enjoy kind of like the evening.
Okay.
That's the vision quickly for you.
All right.
Well, Tony, talk about the red stripe. Why you want to?
Wait, Chip, excuse me. Before we go on to that, I want to ask a question about the window boxes. Are you planning then for those to be seating like almost like a banquette, and then there'll be a table in front of them with another seat on the other side?
Yes.
Small tables, right?
And is 20 inches?
I think we're talking like less than 24-inch round. I don't want people hanging out and having big dinners there. I want them to enjoy their cafe or meet a friend for 20 minutes, have a chat, enjoy the center of town, and then keep it moving.
You know what? I'll tell you. Excuse me. All the commentary. I want to get into brass tacks here. Let me ask you this again. That seating that you're planning to do along that foundation in front, is that going to have a table in front of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is 20 inches high enough for a seat to your tables?
A little tall.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's a natural place to put seating, Betsy, given that no one plants.
Oh, absolutely. I just wanted to make sure that they were using it like a banquette, not that it's just going to be a place where people are hanging out, sitting in front without tables. Okay. That's it.
So Tony, the issue I have is these buildings, Miami Beach style buildings, I've never seen any with this red stripe. The turquoise stripe that's there is sort of appropriate to the style of the building. So that's my concern, the color, introducing this color red.
Right. I listen, I love Art Deco, so we can find another color that matches. The only reason the red is the change for us is because that was the last operator that was in there. I'd be happy painting it all white and then finding, like a color that matches the Miami style design on the outside. Because essentially it's an Italian eatery and cafe and bakery. So I'm happy to find another color than red. It doesn't have to be red.
And then the light fixture we're talking about is right above the double doors we're looking at. I mean, they're white. The only reason I kind of like that fixture is they continue down the side of the building over the bank. So it's like there's a series of 4 or 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah.
I think replacing it with a red one is really going to stand out. I kind of like the fact that it's consistent.
I can also leave that white. My biggest things I was really looking forward to are the garage door and the double glass doors. So I can work on I honestly don't need to add light fixtures to that. Gooseneck exists. I basically really want to clean the building up and bring it back to life.
That's perfect, because that's the best thing that could happen. That's great.
All right, I missed, can you just go back and tell me where the airplane doors are going? Because I heard the part that the owner of the building doesn't want the curved glass change.
The curved glass is on the left, Betsy, and there are panels that just butt up against each other. The airplane door is going on the right of the double glass doors.
Got it. Okay, fine. Okay, and that's the only place where those windows are changing, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
What does that bench, what does the wood look like? Is it strips or what?
It's going to be like that slatted that we keep browsing past. If you go down one, I think. Is it down one or up one? I have an example. It'll look like that's the example. Whether I don't think I'm going to go too high into the window. It's just I'm going to provide like a small curve so it's comfortable for someone to sit on.
I see.
I don't know about that.
It can't be just flat, huh?
Yeah, I was thinking flat. I can't envision it being, it would detract from the whole, I don't know, from the architecture, I think.
Yeah, I agree. There's like a disconnect with that curve and the way that the shape of that building is.
I think it needs
Also,
to be
you're gonna
flat.
have trouble building it. But that's the
I'd also be
secondary
fine with just doing a flat cover on the
Move
top.
along, you want it flat.
Yeah, I think you're hearing that that the board feels that just a flat shape is the best way to go on that.
Yeah, so it disappears more.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Like
this was just proposed and
Okay.
so, yeah,
People
that's
be able
fine
to
with
sit
me,
on it
'cause I
fine.
agree.
Okay, the other thing is what we were just looking at the side of the building and there looked like there were some like downward facing lamps, that lights.
There's
that-
one.
the-
There's one.
Are they speakers?
No, around the side.
Oh, yeah. I
Oh,
saw
those are
that.
old
They're in
speakers
the
that they have
drawing.
installed.
What are those?
They're speakers.
And are you going to have any lighting out there?
There is lighting inside. Yeah, those are speakers, and there's lighting within this overhang here. It's recessed lighting in the overhang.
Okay, so nothing's going to
and
change. The only thing that
No.
I think we're seeing that you need to get back to us is the color of the trim around the base, and also if you're going to swap out that white gooseneck for something else, right?
Yep.
Also,
Yeah, and
the
that's fine.
design of the seat, the design of the bench seat thing.
He showed it to us. It's those slats. What are they about?
Is it
2
still
inches
going to be
wide?
slats even though it's not curved up?
No curve, just slats.
I know, yeah.
I mean, I could do Ipe. I could do cedar. Like Ipe seems like a good option there as well.
It's a great option. It's a nice wood, yeah.
But you need to tell us exactly what it is and how wide the boards are. Are they 2 inches wide? You got to give a specification on this.
Right, exactly right.
Would they be left natural or would they be painted? I mean, if
I
it's.
think that's what those stain colors were.
Yeah. Well, I have a suggestion since we only decided on the name before I could get on the docket for this meeting, so I need to come back to you guys for my sign anyways. So if you guys can approve the airplane door and my double glass door, I'll come back to you with stripe options, make sure the bench is tight, and then, to be honest, I'll probably recess those speakers into the ceiling next to the light. And then this, if you look at the actual building now, I'll get a picture of it. The overhang is kind of falling apart, so I'll probably update that with Ipe 2 to match the bench. That makes sense to me now that I'm looking at it.
Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to, Chip will make a motion. I just want to repeat back to you so I'm hearing that we're going to approve the application for the changes to the windows and the doors only tonight. And then all the other items that we reviewed and anything else, your signage, you'll come back to us and do a modification to the application. But the sign, excuse me 1 second.
Yeah.
David and Brittany, the sign has to be a different application, correct? We can't put it on a change to commercial. You need to get a business sign application.
Correct.
Yep, that's fine.
And you might want to consider, this is just a thought, Tony, whatever your sign colorations look, maybe that's where you pick up a color for the trim on the foundation. And if you want to swap out that white lamp, that you may coordinate it with your sign colorations.
Perfect. I love that. Can I ask for one more thing? Is just permission to paint the building white in general so I can get started on fixing the exterior because it needs kind of a lot of love.
Okay.
Sure.
I don't think anybody has a problem with that. Does anybody have a problem with being painted white?
No.
It's white now.
Glossy or satin.
Right. Okay. So Chip, if you want to make a motion.
Sure. I make a motion that we approve parts of the application, which include adding new windows, adding new glass doors, and painting the entire building white. The remaining items to be dealt with at a future meeting.
And you can do a modification to this application on those changes, and then the sign is separate. All right, can I get a second on that, Esperanza?
Second.
All right, all in favor, Jonathan?
Yes.
And Betsy, yes. All right, so you have a resolution, but we're tabling this, no, we're not gonna table it. You'll come back for a modification, correct? Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Great, all right, thank you. Good luck.
All right, thank you guys so much. Good night.
Good night.
I'm just making notes. Okay, fences, walls, and berms, Abigail Schultz, tax map number 300-58-4-10.1, 22 Washington Avenue, East Hampton, Esperanza. And Michael, let us know if there's anybody for the applicant.
Yes.
Excuse me, Chairwoman, if I may. There are 3 callers on hold. I don't know who they are. They could pertain to this. I'd have to open them up one at a time, okay?
Okay.
If you have a number ending 3779, perhaps that might be.
No, I don't. Oh, wait. Yes. 1 second. Yes, I do. I'll unmute that caller right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Hello there. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
Yes, can you identify yourself to the board, please?
Yes, it's Abigail Schutz.
Hi, Abigail. How are you?
Hi. I'm good, thanks.
I think I mispronounced your name. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Everybody puts an L in.
Yeah, I think that's what I did because, you know, I have a lot of Schultz friends. Esperanza, you can read that into the record, please.
Yes, the application is for existing deer fencing at 8 feet with natural posts, and there's approximately 343 linear feet of fencing. And this is a Washington Avenue is it's a quiet, narrow road, low traffic. It's off of Fort Pond Boulevard, basically, and the property itself is give me a moment. It's 0.3 acres, so it's a smallish property, and as I said, the existing deer fence is at 8 feet. I believe, and Abigail will confirm that it's sort of unfinished. She put this in originally. She purchased the house in October, put this in for her dog, and for her feeling of safety, and the person that installed it sort of abandoned her, and so there are sort of issues with it right now, and it needs to be finished up. So she's requesting, as we see on this survey, to leave all of the fencing as is, in particular in the side and the rear yard, and then in the front, where it is at 8 feet. I said to her that could not be, that it would have to be reduced, that as of right, she would have 4 feet. And we leave it to the board discussion today to figure that out.
I'm sorry, can you tell me what can you tell me what by right is 4 feet? Is it a driveway?
Well, no, the by right, she could have 4 feet facing Washington Avenue.
Where is Washington Avenue on this?
At the top, Washington Avenue, where it's gray.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So wherever it's highlighted in pink,
right?
That's her fence, and then the stockade, which is highlighted in green, is her neighbor's existing stockade fence. So that's 6 feet there. All of the rest, all in pink, is at 8 feet.
And the one up on Washington is at 8 also?
Correct.
Well, that can't be, right? You know.
Yes. I explained that to her. When I was there.
Let's look at some pictures. Primarily the front. Let's tackle the front first.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yikes.
Who did that to you, Abigail?
you know, winter was coming. I needed something up, and this is what just, you know, took place. So we knew it was going to be adjusted in the spring, but it just hasn't. You know, now that I realize that there's a situation that I have to deal with, I want to get it done correctly. So my request is that it could be to 6 feet in the front.
Why do you need the front at 6 feet when you have the backyard enclosed?
Well, it's all one. I mean, I'd like to keep the deer out. I don't want to get sick again, and I just, you know, it's almost in. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was going to say deer can jump a 6-foot fence. Do you have fencing on the planes of your house, like the side plane of your house? Or no, it's all just open?
Now, the left side, left of this car, Betsy, does have the 8-foot fencing also.
Right. And what about on the right side?
No, that's not there. When I was there, Abigail mentioned that she might be willing to bring that fencing back to the plane of the house.
At 6 feet. That's what I would recommend.
I said would be ideal. And then, you know, she can do like 4 feet for a pedestrian gate if that's what she really wants by the driveway.
Right, right. Or even if she wanted to do like a little 4-foot in front of the, you know, the little shrubs that she planted.
Exactly. That's I also
something more rural and friendly. Yeah.
Yes.
So what do you think, Abigail? If you take that fencing from the front of your house and put it behind the front plane of your house to your side fencing or your neighbor's side fencing, you can have 6 feet by right.
Okay.
Okay.
And that would take care of the deer. And then if you really wanted to sort of protect your shrubbery in the front, then you could do the 4 feet on the property line.
You can do 4 feet all day long as long as
you want. I didn't mention, just for the sake of mentioning it, there was a warning of a code violation for this. So
right, I saw that.
It needs to be taken care of.
So it's not possible to get the 6 foot in the front.
No.
I mean, I heard that discussed earlier, that is something you're able to approve. You know, as far as my house compared to my neighbors' houses, they're completely enclosed with high, you know, you don't even see their houses. Is it the preference of the board to have it more open and invisible, or to have it more closed?
The preference of the board, it depends on the area. It depends on, you know, multiple factors. But in a situation like this, first of all, we can't understand or comment on what your neighbor has, because she might have not gotten a code warning. She might have gotten a code violation. If it's over 4 feet, she needs ARB approval. And I don't know if she has previous approval, so I can't, you know, and I don't know how far back that might have gone, so I can't respond to that. I just think, you know, you have a nice home. It looks very inviting. I think to put up a 6-foot deer fencing in your front yard, you know, yes, can the ARB approve that? It's our discretion. We really don't like to, because we don't feel that it's in keeping with the rural character of our town. It's very much something that people do, you know, outside of the Hamptons, up Island. And when, you know, we're just trying to keep everything very neighborly. And I think that you might enjoy having a more open front yard and not feel so Stalag 13 fenced in. It looks like a penitentiary. I don't understand.
Well, I know at the moment with the tall posts, I know but if they come down, I don't think it would. And when trees and things grow up around it, I don't think it will feel like that.
Right, but I don't understand why you would want to be behind a 6-foot, you know, deer fence in your front yard, where you can put it across the back behind the front plane of your house, And you could have your, that area fenced in, which seems to be more of a traditional way of doing it. I'm very reluctant to approve anything, 6 feet in this front yard on this small street. And I'll pull the board. Jonathan, where are you at? Let's just deal with this front 8-foot fencing.
And there are more pictures if you need to look, I think.
Yeah, let's go through them.
I do think that the.
I mean, I'm amenable to putting it back at the 6-foot part. That's not.
Right, because the way you have that there now, and I don't know, is that 8 foot also on the sides?
Yes.
And what
Yeah,
about
it was done very quickly, and it was all done the same, just for simplicity's sake.
Okay, all right, let's go look at the other photos.
That's, you can appreciate the street. That's the view toward the house.
Those are the only photos.
Yeah, those are the only ones. Yeah.
All right. Is there anything in the back that we could look at, or no? You didn't take any in the back, Esperanza?
Well, the back just has this. It's all this 8-foot farm agricultural fencing.
There's nobody behind me.
Right. Well, let me explain. By right, you can have 6 foot on the front plane of the house without our approval. Anything over 6 up to 8, you need ARB approval. And on the back sides and the sides, the same thing. So you would need ARB approval to approve all of the 8-foot fencing behind the front plane of your house. So Esperanza, what would you recommend here?
I mean, my inclination is to have it all brought down to 6 feet, just to make it simple and not have to go through a whole, different heights at different places. It would match the neighbor's stockade. But definitely removing moving this fencing from the property line back behind the plane of the house is imperative. And I'd be fine with 6 feet there as well.
Right. Jonathan?
I agree.
And Chip? Did we lose Chip? He might have had a.
Yeah, I would move the fence back to the front facade of the house line. It's oppressive in the front yard.
Right. And what are her neighbors like? Where does she really feel she needs to be 8 feet in the back?
Well, like she said, there's really no one behind.
What is behind her? Can we look at the survey?
It's just empty lot. It's empty. The lot right behind me is empty, and the one to the left is also empty.
Well, I hope for your sake they stay that way. Which means that the deer could be passing through those back areas very easily. So you'll have less, chance of them wanting to get inside if they have areas to go. See, the problem is if everybody, and let me explain, and I don't know if you've lived out here or this is your first time, that if everybody started putting up 8-foot fencing around their house, the deer would have no place to go and they'd all be standing out in the street. So we really are reluctant to make that happen. They need areas for where they can move and do what they do. And as much as some people like them, some people don't. They are a part of our community. So we just don't want them all standing in the street with no place to go. So I think what you're hearing from the board is we'd like for you to move that fencing off the front of your property. You can have 4 feet all day long anyway. But if you want to enclose from the back plane of your house 6 feet around and knock that all down, we could give you approval on that tonight.
Yeah, and that just also keeping in mind the whole 50% enclosure. We have to keep that in mind.
Right. Because right now you are 100% enclosed. So
Pretty much.
Can we find a compromise with me moving the fence back to the place where I would be allowed 6 feet anyway, and leaving the 8 foot
in the back?
On the back, yeah.
Well, you would have to move I would say that the compromise too would be that both planes of the house are 6 feet. so that from the roadway, you're not looking at 8-foot deer posts and fencing. And then from the sides and the back, 8 feet.
I can totally agree with that. The whole front, the whole parallel front to Washington is at 6, and then side and back left at 8. Is that correct?
And if you want any fencing in the front plane of your house to the street, you can do 4 feet here and there, however you would like to do that.
Right.
If you feel you want a little, entry gate and all that. Chip, are you okay with that?
I understand.
Yes, just fine. Yes.
Okay, and Jonathan?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so Esperanza, you want to read it into the record so we're clear what the resolution will state?
Okay, hopefully I'm clear. I make a motion to approve the application for fencing along the rear and I think it's east side yard at 8 feet. And for the fencing, which is currently at 8 feet in the front and perpendicular to the house sides, to be brought to 6 feet on each side of the house.
Right. And so the other side is somebody's fencing?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So she just has one side and the back side that 8, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, can I get a second on that, Chip?
Second.
All in favor, Jonathan?
Aye.
And Betsy, aye. Just to make sure though, Abigail, that when you do your 6 feet fencing, it's behind the front plane of your house. It's not right at the front of the plane, okay? And you can determine what that is, just as long as it's behind the front plane.
I think it's sort of where she has the current.
You want to show where the front plane is. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a section there that's pretty much where
it's stepped.
Will be. Yeah.
It's the last step. Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's fine, right, Betsy?
Where that water line comes in, right?
Well, where she has it there by her driveway is behind the front plane.
Okay, right there. Okay, yeah.
Right. And so the other side could be the same, right?
Right next to the porch then. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I would suggest not next to the porch, but the area that the next.
Where the water line comes in.
The water line is, yes, I agree.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so why don't we put that in also, that on the, so if the other side was what, the east side, Esperanza, the west side?
West side.
You know, it's on an angle. So like where the water line comes in is due north. That corner is due north.
Northwest.
Well, it would be the west side, right? Is that, because then that's back behind the plane of the house. Okay? All right. All right, Abigail. So basically what happens now is you'll get the work done. Once the work is done, you come in and apply for a request for certificate of occupancy. Then Esperanza or someone will come out and review what you've done was to our resolution and approval. And if everything's okay, then you'll get your certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
I would like to just make it easier to verify on that survey, you know, where that other side is going to be behind the porch.
I think I understand exactly where it's in line with that little wall there that's at the, as you said, where the water line comes in.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the second plane.
As long as you're clear, we're clear. Okay, great. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, so it's not totally in line with the other fence. It's stepped back even further.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Abigail.
Got it.
And also too, if you feel that you needed to come back even further, you can, but it shouldn't go further up from that
Forward.
water. Yeah, forward. Okay.
Right. I understand. Yep.
All right. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So there you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you all very much. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay. Vivian, we did. Doreen Petrillo, tax map number 300-95-8-6, Quail Lane, East Hampton. Jonathan, and Michael, anybody on for this?
I have two callers. I don't know who they are. I can open up one at a time, unless you have the last four of anyone's phone expected.
I don't see a phone number here.
Okay. I can unmute the caller with the last four digits, 8412.
Doreen?
I'll unmute that now.
Hello, this is Doreen Petrillo.
Hi, Doreen.
Hi, good evening. How are
Good
you?
evening. Good, thanks
I'm
for
new to
waiting.
this, so I don't know exactly what. Oh, thank you. No problem. I'm new to this, so I don't know what you need. So just ask, and I'll try and answer the best I can.
Great. We're going to have Jonathan read into the record what your application is for, and then we can, ask you what we need to find out from you.
Okay, the situation is, I'll tell you the situation first. She put an addition on the house in the back and removed the pool fence. At that time, she's going to reinstall the pool fence from the back of that addition all the way back to the existing stockade fence. But what she wants to do to the right of that is to put in an 8-foot deer fence, clear plastic deer fence that goes down that side and then back into her house so she can put in a garden there. And in yellow, the left yellow is the existing pool fence, which is legal, and the other part is the new deer fence.
What runs along the back line of the property that's not highlighted in yellow? What is there? What kind of fencing is that?
It's a stockade fence. It's 6-foot stockade fence.
And Doreen, is that your fence or your neighbor's fence?
That's my neighbor, Brennan, Matt Brennan's fence. He's behind me, so I would be attaching to the corner, coming down the length and coming across to my house.
And it's 6-foot stockade fence?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just trying to get an understanding. And
sure, yeah.
The pool fencing where it says lot 90, that is what, like 4-foot pool fencing?
4-foot pool fence, yeah. Okay. I saw it.
All right. And then what happens to, on this side, right, on that side of the house, the bottom part that faces towards Harbor View, what kind of fencing runs along there? The stockade?
There's no fencing. There's no fencing to the right where the highlight is. That's my driveway. But to the left, I have a 6-foot stockade pre-existing fence in the front setback. So I'm passing. If you're passing the house itself to where the highlight is, that's my driveway. So the fence would be way off the road, all the way to the back where my extension of the house is, just coming across with a gate, and then along my neighbor to the right, to the back stockade, to fence that in for a garden area. So I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure. There's no other fencing in front of the house on the street except for the front closest to my pool. Like my yard's fenced in completely for the pool.
Right. My question was, if you're facing your house on Quail Lane, right, to your driveway,
yeah,
right, you enter on Quail Lane, right, to the left on the bottom where your property line is there fencing along that side of that, on the property, yours or your neighbor's?
Yes, there is a fence there. It's a white wooden fence that goes along from the, where it says buried pipeline or some buried propane. From there, it goes over to the 175 foot notation, and then back along that property line to a where it curves in, shapes in.
It says 4-foot wire fence there. Is that what you're
Well,
talking?
there's a photograph. There are photographs that you can look
I'm
at.
asking on the side. I'm asking on that side, what is on the side of that property?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, this here.
Yeah.
This goes all along the side. So it's basically a white wall.
You can see this goes along and then it goes up another foot. So this is 6 feet, the other one is 7 feet, and it goes down the side of the
And this
property.
isn't marked on the survey, correct?
No, it's not.
It is on the survey. There's a piece that says 6-foot picket. It's there behind the wire. If you look, it's there on the survey behind the wire fence. It says 6-foot stockade behind the pool.
That's not a picket fence, though. That's not a picket fence.
No, it says 6-foot stockade right after the pool equipment. Behind it, that's the fence.
Yes.
There was a wire in front of that.
Right there. And then 4-foot wire fence.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
in
wire
other
fence
words-
is gone now. That was, yeah.
So this is not
Where is this white 6-foot wall that we just saw a picture of?
Okay, where, are we looking at the survey there, where it
Yes.
says pool equipment? And then right above the words pool equipment is 6-foot stockade fence. Now, it's not a stockade fence, but that is only a short length of it. It goes to the left and right, all the way over to the corner of the property line.
But I thought that that was her,
For what?
oh, I see. But that's off her property.
That's on her property.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like if you were coming down Quail Lane and you look to the left, you'd see my white fence and then it connects to my deck. And then my driveway is after that. So that fence is on the survey as the 6-foot stockade fence right there. And then there's a white fence going down Harbor View side on my property line, like an L right there. And the back is my picket fence, stockade fence from my neighbor. And then, so the side we're talking about, there's no fencing there whatsoever except the far back, which is my neighbor's fence. I just want to extend a wire deer fence off of that down the length of my property and come across to my extension with a gate.
All right, so let me just ask you this,
visible.
okay?
Uh-huh.
Wait, I'm just trying to. Is there any fencing that's in front of your house on the side of your property that faces Quail Hill?
Yes.
And what is that?
That photograph that we're talking about, the 6-foot stockade fence and the pool equipment fence in front of it. It's in the photograph.
The white ones, right?
The white ones, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Now there's several. See, that's
Right.
the pool equipment and that's the.
And that's in the
fence
front of the house,
in
correct?
front of
So-
the house.
So technically, you can have 4 feet, not 6 feet without ARB approval.
There's more than this photograph. You want to like put a couple others up at it and come back to here?
Sure.
Okay, that's where the house
The
is.
fence,
Well,
Well, how far back does
I'm
that
sorry, I don't-
fencing start from the roadway?
These
way
are the
more than
photographs that are
50.
here. There's 3 pictures.
how many pictures did I send you?
3. And that's what's loaded here, 3.
Oh, those 3. All right, 1, 2.
Yeah.
3.
This is an older photograph.
Yeah,
Can we look at
okay,
that?
yeah.
Can we look at that? Same thing? Okay. I'm just very confused about this.
All right, well, you can see on the survey where the house is, and this is much more forward
Towards
than,
the street.
that's just a different house.
no, that right there on the picture that you have up now, we're kind of delayed to the TV, which was kind of like yes, that is the side that we're talking about for the fence. To the left, where you saw the 2 white fences, that's my pool equipment, and the white fence that's on my survey that I already have CO, that's all approved. That's all done. All the fencing to the left is all done. I'm looking to do right there.
Did you
that
get
picture there.
approval from the ARB board for that white 6-foot fencing? That's in front of your house?
That was, I had a CO and I had it on my survey when I purchased the house, and it was, all that went through with the sale there, but they are coming at the end of the, before June 3rd, my CO for the extension has to be closed out, so they're coming to do I'm having a new survey done on the property, and then they're coming to respect everything on the CO, the code.
I'm gonna just say this, and David, you correct me if I'm wrong. We're gonna focus on what the application is for today, right? Just the area in the back, but I'm gonna let you know that when they come back, they may say to you, the 6-foot white stockade wall-like fence that's in front of your property may or may not be okay. I can't go out there, I can't see it. I don't know how far back from the road. It may be legal, it may not. I just want you to
Betsy, according to the survey, there's a 56-foot mark that goes from the property line on Quail Lane back to the wooden deck. And that wooden deck is coincident with the on the survey with the 6-foot stockade fence.
Okay. I'm not going to waste any more time with this.
Yeah, I just thought I'd say that.
That part is legal. I don't.
Yeah, but I can't hear. Wait, excuse me, please. Doreen, Jonathan, did you say it's more than 50 feet back from the road?
6.
The fence appears to be more than 50 feet back from the property line.
Okay, fine. All right, let's move forward, please. Okay. So the back area, Jonathan.
Yes.
Where are you on this?
All right. Well, what she wants to do is this is for a deer fence, which goes from the corner down to a spot where she can come back over to her new addition.
Right. And it's all behind the plane of the house.
All behind the plane, well behind the plane of the house. And her protection now on one side is 6 feet. She wants to have an 8-foot deer fence on both of her 2 sides of fencing.
Right. And Doreen, is there any reason why you selected a plastic deer fence versus a wire deer fence?
I don't know that it's actually wire. I don't believe it's plastic. East Hampton Fence is putting it in. It's the wire. It's the wire black deer fencing. The bigger squares, so it's visual, like you can see through it, so it's not intrusive. It's not tight. It's the wider squares of the deer fence.
Right. The reason
and then
why
my pool fencing is.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, the pool fencing is legal for that, and that's just going to keep the deer out, the deer fence. So I'm protected with my legal aluminum pool code fence on the side of the back of the extension, and the rest is just going to be the bigger square wire deer fencing with the poles. So it's a better visual, doesn't look so blocked in.
Okay. Jonathan, where are you at? Are you okay with this?
Generally you won't be able to see too much of it. It'll be open, and it's, the idea is for having a garden. So.
Right. And is there a gate?
Deer out.
Is there a gate?
There will be.
There's a gate. Would be in the front, the facing the road part of the, the end of the driveway.
And it's going to be an 8-foot gate. What's the design of that gate?
There's no design was submitted.
East Hampton Fence is gonna mimic it to frame it out. Probably natural wood with just the fencing on it, so it's just blends in with it. Just
so
framed out.
It's going to be a wood frame 8-foot gate with deer fencing wire in it. It's not going to be wood slats and.
No, it'll be the deer gate, the deer fencing with the frame, correct.
Do we need to get a rendering on this, David, for the gate?
It would be nice.
I think we need a drawing. I don't want to approve an 8-foot gate that I can't see. Because here's the thing, you may say this tonight and we can approve it, and then all of a sudden, Michael Marin puts up something else, and we don't have any proof of what we're approving.
Yeah, I think that's
Right.
a good
No, the
idea.
gate,
Sorry, I think that's a good idea to have a rendering to be able to refer to and base the approval on if any questions come up later. That's it.
So
the approval,
Go ahead,
I'm sorry.
Doreen.
So we're approving the fence. So you're approving the fence, but the gate, I have to have a picture of it from East Hampton Fence on how they're going to make it, and then bring that into you.
Well, let me ask this. I just want to poll the board. Is everybody okay with the fencing proposal on this? I'm not approving anything tonight. I just want to know, for Doreen to know that we're.
Is it going to be raw 4x4s as posts, or is it the black
It's gonna
metal
be
posts?
metal posts.
Black
Metal
metal
post,
posts.
yeah. And then would be a, a matching gate, so that would blend completely into the fencing itself. So that you could, it wouldn't even be visible unless you walked up to it and knew it was a gate. So it would blend in completely.
Well,
that's how he said he would do it. He would.
You have to.
So it's going to be metal.
Okay, so we're looking at 8-foot black metal posts and fencing in the area that's highlighted in yellow there, correct? On that corner.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to table this, Doreen, and our next meeting is April 22nd. If the week before Thursday, which would be the 15th at 12 noon, before then, between now and the 15th at 12 noon, if you can submit a drawing of what this actual gate is going to look like, we'll put you back on the agenda and we can move forward and get you an approval and resolution. But the board cannot approve something at 8 feet that we don't know what it looks like.
Can I just say something? I'm sorry. So here's my situation. My CO on the extension is expired by in 30 days. I have the surveyor coming on May 17th to survey the whole entire property. I'd like to have the fence on that survey as well. I have East Hampton Fence scheduled for the 14th of this week because everybody is so far out. These are the only dates I could get that would coincide with my final CO. So I needed the approval tonight for the fencing so that they could proceed with that installation, so that this survey, it'll be there on the survey and the whole 9 yards. So I was hoping and praying I could get the approval on that, and I swear that the gate will be up to code. I promise you. And if it's not, I will be happy to tear it down. But if you could please approve this so I can have that appointment. Otherwise, I'm not going to make the survey deadline, and I'm going to have to pay twice for a survey. I'm trying to close out my CO from the extension, the fencing. So I'm not begging, but I'm asking you to please approve this, and I will address the gate.
All right. David.
You could get an extension on your certificate of occupancy, whatever the deadline is with the building department.
They already
right now.
gave me the deadline. They already gave me the deadline. The deadline was April 3rd, and they gave me the 30 day. They gave me the 60 days for that, and it's just a matter of everyone being so far out with the.
I understand, but I mean,
I don't want to keep going on and on with this. David, if we read into the record for the resolution and we're very specific about the type of gate, and I'll do the wording on it, and with Jonathan, and that we're very clear that if this gate is any different than a wood frame with deer fencing, the frame has to be structure, of course, but that it's not going to be a wooden gate. Can we make this happen for her?
Yes,
please.
If you're comfortable with, the doing it that way, and you feel that we could sufficiently describe it on the record, I'm fine with that.
Okay,
Jonathan. I think the gate. She said that it would match the fence, and I think we ought to just say that.
Well, the fence, but it doesn't match the fence because the fence is metal posts with metal wire deer fencing.
But you can make a gate that's metal fence.
But
they can do that too. They can,
Huh?
they
So
can
do
make
you
the
want
gate
to
metal
do that?
too. He said,
Doreen, do you want a black metal frame post?
I will do whatever you tell me to do that I can approve right now. I think Michael said that in the far corners, they do put the natural wood post and then they do the black. So there'll be a little natural wood, I think, in the corners. So it would match.
No,
and I would
wait.
paint it black. too.
Hold on, Betsy. The thing is, they have to have the natural posts. Those are like the support posts. They can't just use metal posts for this whole fence.
Correct.
Okay.
So they have to have corner.
So the gate would be
natural wood. They have to.
right.
And
That's what he
Not
told me. That
everybody
there'll be
does
the natural post and then the post.
Not everybody does that. There are many fences that we've approved where there weren't any natural posts. It was all metal fencing.
Well,
yeah, he told me there was natural post.
Okay, all right. Really, this is getting to be like nutty. Doreen.
I'm sorry.
Do you want,
so I will match.
Doreen, please. I'm begging you. I'm trying to help you here. Okay. Do you want the frame, your gate, to be metal posts, or do you want it wood posts? We need to know so we can feed it into the. What would you prefer?
I would say the wood would look better.
I would too. Okay, so Jonathan.
So it wouldn't look like a dog park. So it wouldn't look like a dog.
Okay, Jonathan.
Depends on the wood. Well, it does.
We gotta wrap this up.
What do you want me to
Come on.
tell you? It does. If you're going to tell me that they're going to make a wood frame out of the CCA, it's going to look horrible. So
well, this is in the back of her house. We're not going to see it. You know, I'm sure it's going to be the regular wood 2x4 that they use. And
I'm not the one splitting hairs. I'm fine with approving this.
I'm very meticulous. It's going to look beautiful. Trust me. It's going to be painted black, looking beautiful.
Okay,
blending, and the trees, it's
let's
gonna
just
be
wrap
gorgeous.
this up.
Well, wait, now it's being painted black. You know, this is.
Why?
Well, if it has to match, if you want it, it doesn't have to.
Look, why don't we just approve the fence and then she can come back and approve the gate later on? And the surveyor can come along and put the fence in.
No,
Her
can we just
lateness
please
is
all do
not
it
our
tonight, whatever
problem.
you want? Right. Yeah, I understand, but whatever you want me to do, leave it natural, whatever you want me to do to get it all approved tonight, I will do whatever it is.
Doreen, I'm going to ask you to please, because I'm really, my patience is like, getting there. All right. So you tell us what you want the gate to be. We're doing our best to work with you. Is it wood frame, painted black? Is it left natural? Please just tell us what you want in the resolution.
I would like it to be the wooden frame painted black to match the fence so it disappears and it doesn't look so visual.
Okay. Jonathan, hit it.
Okay. I move we approve the request to put in a deer fence from the back corner of the lot down to a point coincident with the new addition, going across with a gate that is made out of wood and painted black in the driveway side of the fence.
Yes, but also the gate is deer fencing. It has a black painted wood frame with deer fencing inside.
Yeah, the gate and the fencing will all be metal deer fencing.
Right. Okay, can I get a second on that, Esperanza?
Okay, the gate and the fencing are not going to be metal, just to be clear, right?
No.
The gate is going to be wood.
The gate is a wood.
No, but it's going to have the deer fencing in the middle. It's just
Okay, so it's a wood
not going to
frame
be
and
opaque.
wire. So it's a
going to be
wood frame
see-through.
and wire gate,
Right.
all black.
Yeah.
Second.
Chip.
Yes.
And Betsy, yes. All right, Doreen. Good luck.
I love you all. I will give you something from my garden when it grows.
Thank you. Mark Jaffe, tax map
So
number
we're all
300.
approved?
Yes, you're all approved.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're
Bye-bye.
welcome. Tax map number, Mark Jaffe, tax map number 300-172-6-40.1, 82 Hedges Lane in Amagansett.
Okay, this is a request for a gate, driveway gate in the front of the house. The proposed gate is 21 feet off of the edge of pavement, and which means it's about 8 or 9 feet off the property line. It has a keypad on their own property and so forth.
Jonathan, do you have another picture? This is very, how can I say, not in keeping at all with how this presents on the road. This house is very close to the road. It is not far back the way that photograph shows. This is on Hedges Lane in the lanes in.
There's one. There's a photograph right there.
Okay, that's much better. Okay.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, from the edge of the road to where those little privets are, how far is that in? And is that where the gate's going, or is the gate going further in?
The gate appears to be going a little further in.
Past the privet line and
Past
20
the privet
feet.
line.
Okay.
Well, let's see.
And let's see the gate. And is there fencing?
Right now, there's no fencing there.
Okay, let's read
And
into
there's
the
no
record.
there's no fencing in the application.
All right, let's read into the record what the application is for.
The application is for a driveway gate.
How tall is the gate?
Okay, so the gate, it's on here. It's
6 feet 6 inches.
I can't even believe I can't read this. This is so small I can't even read it.
Well, are you telling me that in the application, there's no information about what the height of the gate or the posts are?
No, that's it right here.
No, but I'm asking on the application, Jonathan.
Not on the application, but this drawing was part of the application.
I understand that. I'm asking you on the second page of the application if there's any information about this gate.
No, it says driveway gate, period.
Okay.
Yes, it's
5 feet tall.
It's 6 feet 6 inches from what I.
That's the post. That's the post.
Well, that's the
gate.
highest point.
It's a 6 foot gate though.
6 foot gate.
It's a 6 foot gate and it is 15 feet wide.
And what are the materials for the posts? Is that shingles, wood shingles?
Those are, it's a metal post inside of these Alaskan yellow cedar shingled posts.
Right.
Square. The gates are made out of Alaskan yellow pine, yellow cedar, and they're pretty much solid.
Well, the post can't be more than 6 feet. And
Right.
did you review the area to see how this would present in that area?
I think it would be, I think it's a little high. I think that you want to have the posts lower, and I think that the gates should at least be open for transparency.
Michael, is there anybody on the line for this?
I have one caller. I can unmute them. I don't know who they are. The last 4 digits are 6145. I'll unmute that now. Hello, caller, with the last 4 digits 6145. Can you state your name? Hearing nothing, Chair. They're unmuted and could be holding on for something else.
Jonathan, where are you on this before I go into it?
I think, I'm not a fan of having any gate at all, but if we're gonna have a gate, it should be as transparent as possible, and I think a 4-foot gate would be excellent.
I agree with you because first of all, this really presents when you're on that road, the house is very close to the roadway. So to put a large 6-foot gate blocking this beautiful new house doesn't make any sense. And I can't really see, but it looks like there might be some fencing on the back, by the side plane of the house. It just doesn't make sense to me. There are 1 or 2 very large white gates that I don't believe, have come before us. So they might have just shown up, and it's just right in this little cluster on Hedges, which is, the lanes, they're very long lanes. To the north and to the south, there are hardly any gates, any fencing whatsoever. So there's this like little cluster of 3 or 4 houses that have these very high gates, and I'd be really reluctant to add another one to it. So since there's no one on the call for it, let's just table this.
Okay.
Let's move to certificate of occupancy. Stephen Garten, tax map number 300-113-1-2.3, 6 Old Pine Drive in East Hampton. Jonathan.
Yep, hold on, I'm getting to that. Okay, this is 6 Old Pine Drive. Yep, that's it. The certificate of occupancy is for only the gate. The gate that we see, where does it say that? Anyway, that's what it's for, and the gate itself is 58 inches tall. The post is 66 inches tall. So in other words, it's 5'6", and it has light fixtures that are not on the application, and they are not dark sky.
So we're tabling this. But let me ask you this. My notes say from the resolution that the posts were 5'4" and the gate was 5 foot. So you're saying that it matches that, but they have lights fixtures, right?
Oh, it does say that, yeah, 5 foot high, but it's a 5 foot. It doesn't say anything about the light fixtures.
No, so we're tabling it.
Okay.
Not ready for a certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
Edward and Jacqueline Marcus, tax map number 300-197-8-98, Osborne Farm Lane in Wainscott Chip.
The applicant proposes changes to several items previously before us in order to obtain a C of O. The items are, can we see the first picture? So this is the house on Osborne Farm Lane. Can we see the back?
Excuse me, Chair.
Okay,
I just want to acknowledge
that,
Caitlin Kelly is in the Zoom now for this.
Okay, she can come in.
Excuse me, Caitlin Kelly is in the Zoom now for this.
Okay, so the items under consideration are swapping out the 11 exterior light fixtures.
In the Zoom now for this.
Okay, what?
Excuse me, there's a little bit of a issue. I just fixed it. I have to mute Caitlin. If you have the feed in the background separate from the Zoom, could you please mute it? There was just a little bit of an echo. Sorry about that, Chip.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the items that we're discussing tonight are swapping out 11 exterior lighting fixtures. And here on the back, you see 1, 2, 3 on the first floor and 4, 5 on the second floor, swapping them out for dark sky compliant ones, which they've given us the specs for. Can we see another picture of the pool enclosure? Keep going. So cutting down, this is the pool enclosure, cutting 8 inches off the height of this pool enclosure to the maximum height of the equipment inside it. The enclosure is now 50 inches tall. Cutting off 8 inches would make it 42 inches tall. There's a landscaping plan to put climbing hydrangea around this pool enclosure. I don't think that's our concern. So the two things are the lighting fixtures and cutting down the pool enclosure. They have done what we've asked them to do, and then they would like to get our approval and go ahead and do this. Caitlin?
Let me just unmute that real quick. Sorry
Chip,
about
real
that.
quick, just for my notes, what's the actual height now that when they remove the 8 inches?
42 inches.
Thank you.
And Chip, are those 11 light fixtures include the ones on the front facade by the garage also, right? And all of
And the hanging one and 2 on the sides, yes.
Can we see, did we approve those light fixtures before?
No, we've never approved any light fixtures. They were never on the architectural plans. Farrell believes in adding them later.
So how can we go for a CO if we don't know what we're approving?
We know what we're approving. They've given us new architectural plans where the lighting fixtures are, and they're dark sky compliant.
Okay.
No, that's not. Well.
What's the matter, Esperanza?
I would think that they would have to be in place for us to go for the CO, no?
Are they in place?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so, and did we approve these light fixtures prior?
Not prior, no.
So then how?
No, because are the dark sky compliant light fixtures? They're not there, are they?
No, we're going to
Swap them out. Yeah.
Yeah,
So the 11 light fixtures that are there, Esperanza, are ones that are not compliant. So they're going to swap them out with compliant ones.
Why are we discussing this for a CO if nothing has been swapped out?
Absolutely. We have to see them on the building and make sure that they actually swap them out.
And we have to approve them to begin with.
No, I think they're just asking for our guidance.
Yeah,
on
we
what they
just
wanna
wanted
do.
approval on the fixture, and then we were planning on coming back after we
Yes.
installed them.
Not for CO, that's why I'm confused.
Okay, the C of O is down the road. They want to cut the enclosure down 8 inches, and they want to swap in dark sky compliant light fixtures. They're looking for our guidance on both these items.
Okay.
All right.
I have no problem with what they're suggesting. Caitlin, do you want to talk about it at all, or?
I do. Actually, I think to code, the pool enclosure will have to be 48 inches in height.
I mean, the
think it
pool
has to
equipment
be-
enclosure.
Yeah, correct. I think it has to be 4 feet.
Why do you think that?
Just to code, the pool equipment enclosure needs to be 4 feet high.
But 4 feet.
David?
I'd have to look into that for the specific pool. So not the pool fence, but the pool equipment enclosure has to be.
Just the equipment enclosure, correct.
Before we go any further, because I really am as confused as Esperanza. My recollection was that this came before us for C of O. And the lighting fixtures that were put on the house were never approved by the board. And
Can I backtrack you, Betsy, just 1 second?
And they were not dark sky compliant.
Well, Betsy, the bigger issue is they were never on the architectural plans because Farrell believes in putting the light fixtures on after the house is completed.
Okay. So Esperanza, what did you want to say?
I was saying that these lights came to our attention when this applicant was before us for a driveway gate and fencing.
Correct.
Which has been removed, the gate issue.
Well, it was never built.
It was tabled. Okay. All right. Is
Yeah.
this the first time we're looking at these light fixtures?
First time we have some dinner, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So why is this on for a certificate of occupancy? And the other question is, did they in fact cut down the pool and equipment down to?
No, they're asking for our guidance on this, Betsy.
Well, then why is it under certificate of occupancy?
I don't know. I didn't put it under certificate of occupancy.
Oh, come on, Chip. All right, so let's backtrack. This should not be under for certificate of occupancy. This should have been under agricultural overlay. So let's go back and review it as agricultural overlay. So the issue is that we were originally asking them to reduce the pool equipment enclosure by 8 inches, and David needs to find out if in fact it needs to be 48. Let's look at these light fixtures. Are these dark sky compliant? They don't appear to be with the amount of glass.
Which are the ones that you want to put up?
Well, they are dark sky.
They're dark sky compliant now.
Okay. And how many in total will there be?
11.
11, yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have a problem with these light fixtures?
Can we look at the renderings again to see where they're going? So
Caitlin, I'm sorry, we just got really confused about what we were doing here, and it's been a long night. We've been at it for 4 hours.
Completely understand.
Okay, so there's 3 on the garage doors and there's 1 hanging over the front door on the front facade.
Can you blow that picture up a little bit, Kyle, if possible, just so we can? Okay, all right.
And then the back?
The back I showed you previously, there's 3 on the first floor and there's 2 on the second floor.
Okay.
Then there are 2 on the side. 1 is down the stairway on the right side of the house, and 1 is on an indented doorway on the left side of the house.
Well, they look better than what was there before. So I think what we need to do with this is, if everybody's okay with those light fixtures, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Esperanza?
Yeah, I mean, dark sky compliant means that they're not also, they're low wattage. I mean, is that true?
Yes. There's I think like 3,000 Kelvins or something like that.
Okay, because it's a lot.
Kelvin is warm. That's what you want. Yeah.
Yeah. And Chip, are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine with it, yes.
Okay. So let me ask this. The difference of 6 inches, meaning that we were going to have this come down to 42, removing 8. So if it has to be 48, we're just talking about reducing the pool enclosure by 2 inches. What are we messing around?
That makes no sense. It makes no sense, but we have to, we've never discussed that before, the 48 inches on the pool enclosure.
That there's a code for pool enclosures?
Yeah, I see pool enclosures that are all over the place, but maybe there's a code. David needs to check it out.
We just saw one at 8 feet practically.
Well, that's above the.
So the enclosure shall be no less than 4 feet in height.
No less
than 4 feet.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
Okay, so that's a moot point.
Right. So we're not going to mess with 2 inches. If they're going to landscape around it, it's their backyard at this point.
Excellent.
Right. Okay. So once Caitlin, once those light fixtures are up,
yep,
you can apply for a certificate of occupancy, and then we can move forward. We'll come out and, Chip or whoever will inspect it, that they're all there and it's those light fixtures, and then we can move forward for the CFO.
Okay, do you want to see any sort of screening for the pool equipment enclosure? I know it was big and it was a little bit of a problem originally.
Well, I understand that they're going to do landscaping around it, so they should proceed.
Okay.
Okay. We'll just take your word for it.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, all right. So we'll table this until you're ready for us to come back with the CFO.
Okay, wonderful.
Sorry for the long wait.
No, I appreciate you all very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, Judith Sukart, tax map number 300-197-3-12.2, 73 Wayne Scott Northwest Road in Wayne Scott.
Okay, we reviewed this the last time, and the keypad has been moved right up next to the fence. I have a photograph of it. This is not it. All right. A brand new photograph. There it is. That's it right there.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right, good. So why don't we move forward and do what we need to do here?
They're good to go for a certificate of occupancy.
And you need to instruct staff to let the building department know.
Okay, I move that this house is now ready to have its certificate of occupancy.
Okay. All in favor, Chip?
Yes.
Esperanza?
Aye.
And Betsy, aye. Okay. Ruhama Dahan, tax map number 300-159-1-2.19 Roberts Lane, East Hampton, Chip.
Can we just see the photo? This is so simple. We've seen this property before with different heights of pool fencing that have all been approved. This is a wire fence that runs along the side of the house, which actually faces Roberts Lane. It's 4 feet tall. I see no problem with it at all. And I would like to proceed to make a motion to approve it.
And instruct the staff.
Okay, so make a motion to instruct staff that this property is ready for a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, can I get a second on that, Jonathan?
Yes.
All in
Second.
favor, Esperanza?
Aye.
And Betsy, aye. And Andre Zeton, tax map number 300-72-1-6.4, 22 Mile Hill Road, East Hampton, Chip.
This applicant seeks approval of all 8-foot fencing, driveway gates, and maximum height on these posts of 6 feet 4 inches tall. We asked them to remove the lights that sat on top of these posts.
God bless you.
Thank you.
They have done that. This is the fencing that surrounds the area close to the house and the swimming pool. Can we see the driveway gates? And so they took the light fixtures off the top of these. We approved these piers and these gates if they would remove the light fixtures. They have done that. And all the fencing is under 8 feet. This is a cul-de-sac. This is a flag lot driveway off of a cul-de-sac deep, deep in the woods. I see no reason not to approve this and move forward.
Okay, can you make a motion?
I instruct staff to inform the building department that this property is ready for a C of O.
Okay, all in favor? Esperanza?
Aye.
And Betsy, aye. Jonathan?
Aye.
Right, before I close the meeting, I just want to go back to the 8 Osborne Farm Lane, to just go on the record that they sent a letter in regarding items for a certificate of issuance of a memo to C of O, but they did not fill out an application for a certificate of occupancy. This was just a memo for us to review this. So until somebody, actually puts on a certificate of occupancy form, it shouldn't be on that classification. So I make a motion to, what am I doing?
To close the meeting?
Closing the meeting. I wanted to say end the meeting. Sounded a little too much. All right. Anyway, thank you everyone for all your work, your hard work and help. And I make a motion to close the meeting. Can I get a second, Esperanza?
Second.
All in favor? Chip?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Why not?
All right. And thank you, Brittany, and thank you, Kyle and Michael. Good night.